Okay. Sorry, I have so many tabs open right now. It's not even funny. Cool. Okay, so we can start. I call this meeting to order at 7:03 p.m. First things first, before we start with the official agenda, I just want to let everyone know it's been a really heavy week, really heavy day for a lot of us. I really want to caution everyone with the words that they use tonight, as your words can be triggering. And know that there are a lot of folks that are in pain right now. So whatever you all choose to say and do, please proceed with caution. And yeah, let's get this thing started. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Can I scratch?
Yes.
Wait, give me 1 second. Okay.
For this part, y'all don't have to raise your hands. We can just call for amendments.
Can you strike ARC and my office report?
Yeah.
If y'all can strike your officer reports, if you feel like you're comfortable with doing that, please do that. We have a really long agenda.
In interest of time, I would like to strike my officer report.
I would also like to strike my officer reports. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do this, but can I strike the best presentation today?
Can I also strike?
Sorry.
Emily, can you also strike the CalPERS?
Fernando, can I get support with the waiting room, please? All right. Also, can folks mute, please?
Could you strike the emergency report as well, please?
Can you strike Bruin Advocacy Grant and Federal Executive Order?
Can you strike my officer report?
Okay. I need folks to slow down. I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, can you strike my
Can
officer?
we also strike capital contingency?
Yeah, every time I'm trying to speak, everyone.
I got you.
It's fine. I could call on people.
I got you, Breeze. Officer report for you?
Yes, and the travel grant mini fund and ARPS, please.
Cool. Zuleika.
Can you strike my officer report?
Alice.
Could you please strike my officer report? Thanks.
Emily, let me know if you need me to slow down. Arsh.
Emily, could you strike the OCHC report as well?
Noe.
Can you strike my officer report, please?
Sachi.
Can you strike my officer report? And also, I don't know if we have to say it, but add the resolution calling for solidarity with the Black community and condemning police violence and anti-Blackness. I don't know if we have to specify it.
Yes,
but...
please.
Okay.
Anything that was not on the agenda at 5 p.m. on Friday, folks, please ask me to add it, even if it's already been added.
Is that resolution an action item?
I'm gonna say I think that's an action item.
Oh yes, we have to vote on it.
So first you want to do all of your friendly amendments, and then you'll come back and you'll take a vote to add anything that's an action item. Those will get their own separate vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, cool. So we'll come back to that one. Christina?
Can you strike my officer report as well, please?
Promise.
Can you also strike resolution for CalPERS new voter project, please?
Yep.
David?
Would you also strike contingency programming, please?
Contingency programming, yes.
John, sorry.
Jonathan?
Okay. Hello. Could you please strike SFS, please, as well as my officer report? I would appreciate it.
Okay, great. I am adding Empower FICOM Chair to make allocations up to $500 in weeks without a council meeting. That one needs to be voted on as well. I am striking Title IX reform and student survivor advocacy. I am striking campus retention committee appointments, student initiated outreach committee appointments. And I'm also striking my officer report.
If necessary, I can also strike the g.ucla.edu emails. I know that's a little. Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
Can I not strike the SWC programming fund, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Um, okay, can you strike my officer report? And since we're at it, can you add the legal services to the agenda? In addition to another discussion item that is about um, on-campus safety and dining halls.
And dining halls?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm debating on whether or not to talk about this within my officer report. I think we can also add, if y'all want, a discussion item regarding finals, but we can also discuss that in the officer report, whichever y'all feel is most conducive.
I think maybe we can do it as a separate discussion item.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, then could you strike my officer report as well?
Yes. To confirm, Aiden, do you want your officer report still on here?
Yes, I was going to say you can move to strike my officer report.
Oh, strikers?
Okay, so here's a question. Can we move the legal services like right away after we are done with approval of the agenda and the minutes, because like just before the public comment, because they are like they're only able to stay here until 7:30. So and time is running, so yeah.
Unfortunately, public comment always has to be first. But I think we can move them for like right after public comment. Dr. Geller, is that possible?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is that okay, Bacher?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, does anybody want to add any other action items to the agenda? We have to vote on those. So if we have a motion.
Yes, I motion to add Empower FICOM Chair to make allocations up to $500 in weeks without a council meeting as an action item.
Second, anybody?
Second.
Emily motions, Sachi seconds. We'll do a roll call vote. IVP?
Yes.
EVP?
Yes.
GR1, Gen Rep 1?
Yes.
Gen Rep 2?
Yes.
Gen Rep 3?
Yes.
AAC?
Yes.
CEC?
Yes.
CAC?
Yes.
CSC?
Yes.
FAC?
Yes.
FSC?
Yes.
SWC?
Yes.
TSR?
Yes.
ISR?
Yes.
Cool. By a vote of 14-0, the motion passes, and a resolution calling for solidarity with the, sorry. Empower FICOM Chair to make allocations up to $500 in weeks without a council meeting has been approved. Does anybody want to make a motion for the other action item on the agenda?
I motion to add a resolution calling for solidarity with the Black community and condemning police brutality and anti-Blackness as an action item to the agenda.
I second.
Cool. Sachi motions, Promise seconds. We'll do roll call vote again. IVP?
My computer's about to die, so I want to make sure I vote on this. Aye. Yes.
Okay. EVP,
Yes.
Gen Rep 1,
Yes.
Gen Rep 2,
Yes.
Gen Rep 3, he said yes. AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Yes.
CAC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
FAC,
Yes.
FOC,
Yes.
SWC,
Yes.
TSR. Cool. I saw your lips, so ISR.
Yes.
Cool. By a vote of 14 to 0, the motion passes and a resolution calling for solidarity with the Black community and condemning police brutality and anti-Blackness has been approved. Does anybody have any more amendments to the agenda? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion to approve the agenda.
I second.
Cool. Promise motions, Breeze seconds. Once again, IVP,
Yes.
EVP,
Yes.
Gen Rep 1,
Yes.
Gen Rep 2,
Yes.
Gen Rep 3, Gen Rep 3. I'll take that as a no.
Yes.
Oh, okay. AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Yes.
CAC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
FAC,
Yes.
FSC,
Yes.
SWC,
Yes.
TSR,
Yes.
ISR.
Yes.
Cool. Awesome. By a vote of 14 to 0, the motion passes and our agenda is approved for the night. Can we get an approval of the minutes from, I don't know what day it was on. Can we get an approval of those minutes? You have to include the date when you motion.
May 26th.
May 26th.
I motion to approve the minutes from May 26th.
I second.
I second. Oh,
Scotchy motions, Alice seconds. IVP,
yes.
EVP,
Yes.
Gen Rep 1,
Yes.
Gen Rep 2,
Yes.
Gen Rep 3,
Yes.
AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
CAC,
Yes.
FAC,
Yes.
FSC, FSC,
Yes.
SWC,
Yes.
TSR,
Yes.
ISR.
Yes.
Awesome. By a motion of 14 to 0, the motion passes and the minutes from May 26 are approved. And now we are moving into public comment. This is a time for general members of the public to address council. You have about 2 minutes to speak. Each speaker can only speak once. There's 30 minutes allocated for public comment. I remind you all to challenge ideas, not individuals, to use gender inclusive language, to really remember that we are in tumultuous times and to respect one another. But yeah, if you would like to give public comment, please raise your hand. Council members, I would love if y'all could not raise your hands at this time, unless you are giving public comment. We'll start with Lily, sorry.
Hi, my name is Lily, and I'm the former USAC Facilities Commissioner. I'm going to keep it really short, but I just came to say that the conversion of UCLA's Jackie Robinson Stadium from a COVID testing site to a holding facility for peaceful protesters under arrest by LAPD is an egregious error by UCPD and UCLA administrators. Not only is it painfully ironic, but it is disgusting and condemnable. I'm ashamed to be a UCLA student right now, and I implore UCPD, specifically Officer Scheffler, who is here tonight, to be fully transparent in explaining who made this decision, why, and why no students were involved in the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Grayson?
Hi, everybody. I'm Grayson Peters. I'm on the Northwestwood Neighborhood Council, and I chair the Transportation and Safety Committee. I just wanted to give you a little bit of an update about the protest that went down recently. It was largely peaceful, only one instance of small graffiti on Wilshire. However, once the crowd of protesters went up onto the 405 and blocked all but one lane, police opened fire with rubber bullets and tear gas and did make around 10 arrests. And I do not know at this time, and I think it would be curious to know what the participation of UCPD was in that, and what charges are being held over those students who were arrested. And the last thing is I'll echo Lily's concern about the use of the Jackie Robinson Stadium for both coronavirus testing and now the holding of detained protesters. That is a terrible combination, both for our morals and for public health. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Would anyone else like to give public comment? I know maybe some folks just arrived or are gathering their thoughts. This is a moment, or 30 minutes, I should say, that are really allotted to be able to address council, to bring up a lot of the concerns that you're seeing around campus, whether it's in regard to finals, whether it's in regard to UCPD, what's going on in the present moment. I really want to give anyone who wants to speak the opportunity to speak right now. Carlina?
Hi, I would just like to echo the concerns already brought up about Jackie Robinson Stadium. It really shows the amount of like performative wokeness that our administration has been feeding us students as a form of pandering. I would really like transparency on how UCLA as an institution is collaborating with UCPD and LAPD. In addition, I would like to also have transparency on how they're trying to handle finals, especially with a lot of professors that we are seeing lately, not really understanding the no harm aspect of why we call for finals to be canceled, delayed, etc. So just I'm calling for full transparency, full communication with students, especially our Black Bruins at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to give public comment? Please use the raise your hand function. Asha?
I am a student representative for the Academic Senate. I know that many professors, when emailing students back regarding concerns over foundations, have cited the Academic Senate. I just wanted to get a census of how I can properly represent the student body and pushing for these final accommodations, everything that's going on with the military mobilizing in our community. You guys can reach out to me. I'll put my information in the chat. But I know that they have citing the Academic Senate, which is really weird to me because they do have, I think it's called academic freedom to do really whatever they want. And the fact that they're choosing not to accommodate us is really, I think, stressful, especially for the Black students on campus. So please let me know your thoughts and let me know, specifically what you want me to say.
Thank you, Asha. Alberto?
Okay, can you hear me?
Got it.
Okay, my name's Alberto. I'm a third year mathematics student at UCLA, and I have two things to say. First, I was also very, very surprised and repulsed to hear that our own campus is being used to process detainees. I think especially for the Jackie Robinson Center, named after, you know, one of the biggest civil rights icons in our nation's history, and activists, to know that like administration is allowing that to go on. I think that unfortunately says a lot about our administration that was already being said and not being listened to. I hope that this makes more people at least realize that the administration is not perfect. I think that USAC should make a statement about this. I think you should at least bring it to a vote that to make a statement condemning the use of this center to process people arrested at these protests. And secondly, as for the UCPD, this is not a specific call out of your practices or of anything that you have specifically done on campus. I'm not really involved with that and don't know much about the history of the UCPD, but I know that a lot of people, especially right now, are mistrustful of police, or mistrustful of seeing police on their campus, and want to feel like they're safe and like they're being heard. So I think that the UCPD should release a statement outlining what they do to be different from, say, the Minneapolis Police Department, from police departments that have a lot of problems with violence, specifically violence against Black people and other people of color. I think they should be transparent and open about what they are doing to be proactively anti-racist within their department. I also think that they should make a statement on how they would be different from the LAPD and how they would be different from police departments across the nation that we see instigating violence against peaceful protesters. I think people have a right to know what would happen if the students at UCLA needed to protest about something like this in the future, how it would be handled better, how it would be handled differently. And I think statements regarding those practices and what proactive measures the UCPD is taking to be better and to have better outcomes would go a long way in promoting trust and making the UCPD a trusted part of the community instead of a distrusted outsider. Thank you.
Jacob, thank you.
Hi. I'd really like to challenge both the hypocrisy and the performative wokeness by UCPD and Scott Schuffer in particular at the last Campus Safety Alliance meeting, saying that UCPD, they don't tolerate racial profiling. When if you look at their stats and if you look at cases like the Roebling Block Party, they clearly target students of color and Black students at a much higher rate than their white counterparts. And I think that's absolutely abhorrent. And I really would like to hear some accountability on that.
Thank you. Last call for public comment. Thank you all for everyone who spoke. Okay, Amanda.
Yeah, hi, my name is Amanda. I also serve on the Academic Senate, as well as I'm a representative of Academic Affairs Commissioner and Office of the President. I just want to voice my opinion and also genuinely my concerns on behalf of the Black community right now, but especially for administration and the way in which they're delegating and handling things like final examinations. I just think that administration should be held accountable for professors that are being complacent, one, and two, not being empathetic or sympathetic in any of this and blatantly saying words like the N-word in their lectures, and honestly not making any of these circumstances any better, and even bringing in some quotes from MLK that don't even reiterate or define what it was that he was alluding to, and saying and questioning if people that are half Black should get the same representation or accommodations that people that are 100% Black should. So I just really think that administration should be held accountable in this time. And in fact, I think resignation should be implemented as a result of this, because for a university that prides itself on diversity and can't find it in themselves to accommodate students of such, then I just think that that's a devastation.
Thank you for that. I totally missed Christian. I'm so sorry, Christian.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Okay. I just so last night me and my sister we went to go protest in downtown LA in solidarity of the Black Lives Matter movement, and we got separated after tear gas was thrown from us, and my sister got arrested, and she was actually taken to the Jackie Robinson Stadium, and she actually got some recordings of like audio recordings of what was going on. She told me that there was a girl on the bus who needed to use the restroom, and LAPD refused to let her off and use the restroom. There was also a pregnant. Here, I'll just play the audio so you guys can hear it. It's kind of graphic. There's some loud yelling, so just a warning. And please let me know if you can hear it. And there's one more video of LAPD drowning out cries with the radio on the bus. And here's this video. Um, that is violence happening on our campus, and Gene Block hasn't said anything yet. And we have to remember that white silence is violence. And there was a faculty letter that was sent to the chancellor's office, and I'm still curious why hasn't Gene Block said anything. My sister was held in there for hours, and she needed to use the restroom, and and all and most of the people there were people of color, and Gene Block throws out some meaningless letter that he supports this movement. Um, if there's someone that works with the Daily Bruin, can we please make a story on this to bring more attention to this? Can people post this on their social media? Because this is violence happening on our campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. There are members of the Daily Bruin that are here. Our chat is disabled. But Emily, if you could, I don't know if you could open the chat so that they could be able to connect for a while. Thank you. And Promise.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, make the comment of I think that it was a great failure on UCLA's behalf of not even addressing the fact that they were National Guard. The National Guard was deployed to Westwood yesterday, and we didn't even receive as much as a statement from administration to, I guess, to not even tell students that to stay safe because not all students feel safe in the presence of police, in the presence of military, and we didn't even receive so much as a statement from the administration. And I think that was a huge slap in the face, especially to Black students who have been expressing to this administration and to this institution how unsafe we feel in the presence of police, how unsafe we felt over the past few days, over the past week. Um, and as a student who is currently living in Westwood, I was too afraid to even step out of my apartment onto the street because I didn't know if I was going to be in trouble, if anything was going to happen to me. That's the ongoing fear that Black students have to live with. And the fact that the administration didn't even see it fit to give us a message that we had to find out through social media and through word of mouth from one another in statements of fear that the National Guard is here. Stay safe. And we didn't even receive that from administration, who keeps saying that they care about us, that they care about Black students, I think is a huge misstep on their behalf. And I just wanted to address that as well.
Thank you, Promise. Emily?
Kind of along those similar lines, I think it was really problematic that housing and res life didn't address the curfews and the closure of dining halls and adjustment of hours in a timely fashion. And I think the fact that students were unable to access food or afraid to leave their apartments or afraid to leave the hill to access food in Westwood is just simply unacceptable. I think there needs to be a lot of change, not only within admin as far as like UCLA itself, but housing, res life, all of that, because it's not just one small moving part. All of these things need to be addressed as one.
Agreed. Kendall, thank you.
Hi, I'm Kendall. I'm on the Westwood Neighborhood Council, North Westwood Neighborhood Council Transportation and Safety Board, as well as a student. And I wanted to condemn UCLA and UCPD for not condemning what has been going on in the strongest possible terms. They are literally taking political prisoners right now. The people are protesting. They have the right to protest, First Amendment right to protest, and to basically kidnap them for their right to protest. Non-violent protesters is political imprisonment. And they are using UCLA campus for that purpose. And they are using, I would love to know, the UCPD, are they personally using rubber bullets? Are they personally using tear gas? There's been improper use of these weapons, tear gas being a chemical weapon classified by the ICC, the International Crime Committee, not used in war, not acceptable in war, but we are using it on our civilians. We are using it on our students. And rubber bullets can kill. Rubber bullets do kill, they maim, they blind. It is not okay that the university has been silent and that the police department has been silent on these issues out of whatever reason. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not okay. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. Isis?
Hi. So I would just like to speak on the communication of res life. I felt like there should not have been something that had gone out by housing stating that in lieu of the protests that dining halls were going to be, the hours were going to be changed when the protest was already canceled. I felt like that should have been made clear, because then students who didn't even know about a protest, students who wanted to join this protest not knowing it was canceled, still showed up. And then this is when situations like the arrests and things like that happen. And it was therefore then supported by dining facilities when students were trying to put posters up saying that it was canceled, and you have managers that are taking them down and throwing them away right in front of your face. And then I would just also like to second what Kendall was saying about rubber bullets and excessive use and force and things like this, because not only have the rubber bullets caused blindness, but also the tear gas for students and people who are wearing contacts that definitely burns into your eyes and causes blindness. So I would also like to hear about the use of those as well. Thank you.
Sorry, Jong? Jong?
I'd just like to say, as far as I can ascertain, that the UCLA Jackie Robinson Baseball Stadium is owned by the Veterans Affairs, the hospital, VA hospital to our southwest, and isn't actually controlled by UCLA, despite the name. If you have grievances with the way it's being used, you should contact the VA hospital. You can also speak more with Assistant Vice Chancellor Nick DeLuca, who is currently attending this meeting, about your feelings regarding UCLA's cooperation with LAPD and UCPD.
Okay. Would anyone else like to give public comment? Amado?
Hi, everyone. Just wanted to make a statement after what they just stated, whereas if we can make the excuse that the Jackie Robinson Stadium isn't actually, the property of UCLA, why can't we make a statement? Why can't UCLA administration make a statement about the property that they do have, right? I understand that we are a public campus and people have a right to protest, but UCLA has actively rented out spaces to anti-Black speakers and have made it completely available for LAPD to show up in riot gear. And they're not here to protect students, they're here to protect whoever has these type of events on campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Amado. Would anyone else like to give public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay, Rucha?
Hey y'all, just super quick. My name's Rucha. Just any passing off of responsibility by any members of UCLA's administration for any bureaucratic reason because this institution or that institution is accountable for an issue is bullshit. And frankly, just a very explicit maintenance of white supremacy and shows the values of all the folks that are on UCLA's payroll. And so I think any sort of pointers to, oh, this person's responsible or this person's not is bullshit. And the only other thing I just wanted to say super quick is thank you to everybody on council who has put in so many hours of emotional and physical labor and time, especially Black students on council. Thank you for being the leadership our university really needs during this time, and I'm incredibly grateful.
Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to give public comment? Going once, going twice. Definitely don't want to silence anyone's voice. Okay, seeing as there's no more public comment, we are going to end public comment at 7:40 p.m. Thank you all so much for participating and thank you all for being cautious of your words and really expressing your concerns. We are moving right on into the student legal services presentation. But Baker, is she still here?
Yes, she is.
Great. You can lead this part of the presentation.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for coming here and like on short notice. So students have like a group of questions related to their legal rights, especially for international students. That's like a major concern. I understand that you will not be able to comment on immigration related issues since you are not the expert in the matter, and you said that you will have the immigration attorney answer those questions on Wednesday. So thank you also for that. And like if you can speak about like what services or legal services that can be provided to students who are now protesting, to UCLA students. I think we need
Hi,
to
Liz,
unmute. Okay.
I'm sorry, I think you're muted.
Hi, I'm Liz. I'm the Director of Student Legal Services, and we can help students with pretty much any type of legal issue that they encounter. And as Bakur noted, we have an immigration attorney. SPAC funded us. She started in January of 2019, and she will be able to provide the guidance that Bakur seeks for the international students. But there are 3 other attorneys. We do general work. We do, as I say, pretty much any type of legal issue. So we've been seeing a great deal of landlord-tenant issues, students wanting to break their lease, knowing what to do in the pandemic, and we've been trying to support them. We are fully operational. We are conducting confidential Zoom appointments with students. We actually are seeing more students than we normally do because there are so many different issues that students are facing. And they're not just landlord tenant, they're employment related and every other, we have issues with consumer issues. Unfortunately, the scammers have been working really hard in both the sublease situation and the employment area. I've been developing FAQs and guidance, which are on our website on the homepage for students who want to terminate their lease early, the eviction moratoria that are available, the rent protections for apartments that are under rent control with they can't have any rent increase for a year after the emergency order ends. Um, so I've been trying to sort of stay ahead of the game and provide assistance to students both in person and by providing FAQs. We have waived all of our fees, which are nominal to begin with, but during the pandemic, all of our fees are waived because we want to make sure that all students who need assistance can get assistance without any fear of any financial repercussions. With the protests now, we would encourage any students who have been arrested or have issues related to the protests to contact my office. We would be happy to provide support. And this is such an important time, and the protests are crucial. And we want to help students who are engaging in their First Amendment rights to protest. So I'd like to leave more time for questions because I'm sure council members have questions for me.
Do any council members have questions? Sachi?
Yeah, I think it would be really helpful if you could just kind of briefly outline what kind of legal services you can provide to students who are arrested at protests. And then, as a further question, can you provide legal services for students that are harmed by the police or harmed by other state organizations who wish to seek justice against those organizations?
Absolutely. We can support those students. We don't go to court because we just don't. We are 4 part-time attorneys, and so we don't go to court. But what we do in criminal cases or students where students have been injured by the police, we fully discuss their options. We have referrals for them to criminal defense attorneys or to attorneys who handle police misconduct issues so that, but they come to us. It's a free service. We're experienced. I've been at Student Legal Services for 36 years. So we have a great deal of experience. And that way we can help give the students the information that they need and then help guide them to a good resource who can actually represent them in court. Does that address your issue?
Yeah, no, thank you. If I can ask a follow-up really quickly, obviously, like if you are referring out students to the various different attorneys that might help them, I guess, is there any support for students financially? Because student legal services is free, but once it goes beyond student legal services, there are a variety of legal fees that students might have to pay. And so I don't know if you have the answer to this, but once they're referred out, are students able to access free services or affordable services?
Well, the criminal defense attorneys with whom we work do give a favorable rate to UCLA students. We've worked with them and they know that students have financial issues. In terms of police misconduct cases, those cases typically are handled on what's called a contingency fee basis, which means that the students don't pay the money up front. The attorney just gets a percentage of whatever the student recovers. So criminal defense is handled in one way and police misconduct cases are handled in another. But we try to, offer the best rates possible because we do have attorneys who work with UCLA students frequently and are willing to give a reduced rate.
Okay.
Just
So
Baker, did you want to ask a question?
yeah, so do legal services provide bill support, or can you like link students who need that to bill support organizations?
I'm sorry, your link was cutting out for me. Would you repeat it, Bakur?
Okay, so what I was saying is that do you provide bailout support, or do you at least have the ability to refer students to bailout support organizations?
Well, we do have an extensive community resource list on our website. It's almost 60 pages of legal services offices and government offices that can support students. And if students reach out to us, we can help them identify the appropriate organization that can assist them. And frequently, there are organizations that are available to assist students for a reduced or free service. But I would encourage students to look at our website because I have the FAQs and guidance regarding the COVID related issues that I discussed before, and we have the community resource list, but I also have about 30 articles that I've written on legal issues that are important to students. So it is a very robust website, and that's a good start. But if students want to request an appointment with us, if they go to our homepage in the upper right corner, it says appointments, and they fill out a form, and then we will reach out to them to schedule an appointment with one of our 4 attorneys.
Justin, thank you.
Hello, thank you for being here. While I think a lot of the focus is on police brutality and police misconduct today, I kind of wanted to ask because you mentioned about tenant services and specifically scammers being very prevalent during this time, landlords in general being not so great. I was wondering, like, kind of if you could go into what types of services, how that looks like, and secondly, if you are collaborating at all or have heard at all about any students reaching out to you about tenants' rights.
Well, we do a lot of work with tenants' rights. That's about 30% of our caseload is landlord tenant. And I will say, since the emergency orders have been in place, it's more than 30% of our caseload. So we, unfortunately, I'm sure you won't be surprised, the landlords are not very cooperative. And helping tenants with reduced rent or early termination of leases. We have had a few, surprisingly, who are, but it's certainly not the norm. But we not only advise students in those cases, but if there is a particular reason why a student needs to leave the apartment because, let's say they're immunocompromised, they have lupus, or they have some serious illness that means they should not be in an apartment with 5 other roommates. We can try to help them work with the landlord, reach out to the landlord to make these arguments. Um, it's a challenging time for everybody, and honestly, the landlords have to pay their mortgage and their insurance and everything. So it's a difficult time. I will say that the city of Los Angeles has the most robust eviction moratorium of any place in the state that I know of. So, what that means is tenants ultimately will have to pay the rent, but they can, if they don't pay the rent, they have up to 1 year after the emergency order is ended to pay the rent, and the landlord may not commence eviction proceedings. And it's true for everyone, no matter what their immigration status is. It also applies not just to non-payment for COVID reasons, but if there are unauthorized tenants or pets there, they can't evict for that, or they cannot evict to move in a family member or a resident manager. So it's a pretty strong moratorium. So although tenants will eventually have to pay, right now they are protected. They cannot be evicted if they are not paying their rent in the city of Los Angeles. But it is, the state moratorium is not nearly as extensive.
Thank you for that. So we'll go Aiden, Noe, me, and then Zuleika.
Thank you for being here again, and I also wanted to, highlight and thank the work of Student Legal Services for its history and connection to social justice. For those in the public who don't know, Student Legal Services was actually a USAC initiative formed by the council president in 1969 to give free legal services to students who are victims of racial profiling and arrests from the protests and social activism of that decade. So I want to thank the mission of Student Legal Services for keeping that up even today, even when we shouldn't be facing this 50 years later. But in that,
thank you for knowing that. I really appreciate it.
Of course, it was the first thing that I researched when I came to UCLA and was a part of student government. So I still remember that. But I wanted to ask in that spirit, understanding the connection of Student Legal Services to First Amendment rights on campus for students. Do you provide any kind of legal observer services or know your rights resources for students wishing to either plan to exercise their First Amendment rights to assemble on campus or participate in any protests off campus?
We do offer, I do know your rights workshops for any student group that wants me to come and talk to them. And I can do that by Zoom now too. We don't provide legal observer, but there are plenty of other groups that do. We need to sort of walk a fine line. We want to be able to support students, but given the fact that we are so minimally staffed for the 44,000 UCLA students, the observer status is not something that we do. But certainly any student group that wants me to talk to them about their rights and protest issues, I would be happy to do that. And they just need to reach out to me. I will put in the chat my email when I finish talking so people can reach out to me directly.
Thank you. Okay, so I just want to do a quick time check. Liz can only be here till 8 p.m., but we still have a few more questions. So if we can just try to get those out as soon as possible. We'll go Noe, myself, and then Zuleika. Go ahead, Noe.
And I can probably push my other appointment. I pushed it from 7:30. I can probably push it to 8:05. So
thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. My only question is, so do you provide assistance for those seeking unemployment or direct them to other resources that can help them with that?
yes, we can help students with that. Honestly, I'll be honest with you, unemployment benefits has not been a big area for us before now, but we certainly want to provide whatever support we can to students. And, basically the support, the advice we've been given by folks who handle these cases more often is go ahead and apply, because the rules keep changing and there's no downside to applying. So if you know people, tell them to go ahead and apply, because there is additional support coming in at various levels of government. And that has been our general advice to students. But yes, we want to help students however we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I have a question too. I just wanted to ask a quick question about the turnaround time. How fast is that for students who are awaiting legal services?
Well, it's a little longer than I would like. It can be as long as 2 weeks. But if we have someone with a very time sensitive case, a landlord who's trying to evict them improperly, we just add appointments, but it is a little bit longer than we would like because we have so many more students seeking our assistance, but it's not as long as CAPS. So, but normally, before the emergency order and stay-at-home order, we were generally a week out. Sometimes we're as much as 2 weeks out, but if something is urgent, we will get that student in.
Thank you. Zuleika?
Yeah, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. I'm interested to know if there are any services that legal services can provide, or if you know of any services outside of UCLA that you can help for students who are formerly incarcerated that are being detained or that are arrested either by UCPD or by LAPD.
That's a very good question. Again, as with any criminal case, we will help these students. One thing that is potentially a little bit different with the formerly incarcerated students is we would explore the opportunity to expunge their record, which could help them. The problem with the expungement, however, is that law enforcement will always know the true record. It can be expunged for employment purposes and many other purposes, but there's no way to expunge it for law enforcement purposes. But again, we would want to hook these students up with criminal defense attorneys who could provide support for them. And what I've been very impressed with what our criminal defense attorneys have been able to do, because they recognize that, any issue of this nature makes a huge difference for a UCLA student and their career path, their graduate education. And so they have often
It's 8 o'clock.
very successful in getting plea deals that are very favorable to our students.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, we made it to the 8 p.m. time mark, so we were able to get you out on time. Does anybody have any last minute question? I think we have time for one more question. If not, we can let Liz go to her appointment.
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all. As I say, I will put my email in the chat so that if folks want to reach out for workshops, please do. For appointments, go to our website, but absolutely, we just want to be there to support students.
Thank you so much, Liz. We really appreciate you coming out. We know you're really busy right now, but we all genuinely appreciate it. And I'm sure that the audience got a lot from it too. So thank you.
Well, it's my pleasure. And I hope things calm down and we're able to have righteous protests without them being hijacked by looters. So, because it's so important.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cool. Awesome. So we'll just move right into, I think we have our funding allocations. Let's try to get through these a little quickly so that we can move on to the UCPD special presentation. We'll move on to the Empower FICOM chair to make allocations for up to $500 in weeks without a council meeting. David, you can take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Naomi, and also thank you, Emily, for adding this on there. So basically, if we happen to receive applications during the time that council does not meet, I was hoping to approve those applications up to $500 so that we can send allocations to students as soon as possible. And of course, I will also email the matrices to Naomi. I'll email them to Emily, and I will then email them to SGA.
Dr. Geller, we can just vote on that, right?
Absolutely. And to give a little context, this is something that's been done for the last several years to make sure that student groups aren't disadvantaged by the summer schedule that USAC has. It would typically be something that would be done only for those applications where waiting until the next regularly scheduled meeting would mean that a group wouldn't be able to proceed with their program. And it gives discretion within those limited contexts just for those weeks you're not meeting. You would then reconfirm all of those by voting on them at your next regularly scheduled meeting.
Thank you for that, Dr. Geller. Does anybody have any questions, or does anybody want to make a motion?
I actually have a follow-up question for Dr. Geller. My discretionary funds almost are $800, and this one would be $500. Is there a difference between those, or or I was just looking for some guidance on that.
So what you have right now is authorization from the 1920 Council. Once the, and I guess this question is being done before the appointment of the 2021 FICOM chair. Perhaps it would make a little more sense to table it momentarily and come back to this after the appointment of the 2021 FICOM chair, which I understand may end up being you. I say that because the discretion that you're being given, if it's under the 1920, it would be, you still have last year's discretion, but it ends with the end of this academic year. What you're going to be given by this council is discretion for next year. One of the very first things you're going to need to do if you happen to be the new FICOM chair is bring your FICOM guidelines to this council to approve, because this council will need to approve them before you move forward with next year. So that would presumably happen at the meeting at the end of June. If the amount in there is going to be 800, then someone might want to amend this motion to make it discretion at 800 to match what's going to be in your guidelines.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
So it's up to y'all if y'all want to table it until David is hopefully reinstated as our FICOM chair. Are y'all good to do that? Okay, cool. So we'll table it and we'll move on. Let's move on to the SWC Programming Fund allocations for this week. Christina?
Okay, so this week there was $750 requested and $750 allocated to Mecha UCLA for a graduation event.
Is there any opposition to approving the allocations this week for the SWC Programming Fund? No? Cool. Seeing as there's no opposition, the SWC Programming Fund's allocations passed for this week. Let's move on to TGIF.
Hello. So there were $35,000 requested from TGIF and $10,000 allocated. The first project was asked for some follow-up questions before funding. And the second $10,000 will be going to Counterforce Lab to produce an online platform to have all the research presented and to pay student labor to create that platform.
Thank you. So that isn't like a vote. So thank you, Sachi, for sharing that. We can just move on to the next special presentations. Just a reminder, this was actually going to be for the other things on the agenda, but usually special presentations are about 15 minutes long, and then we can open it up for discussion with council. So we'll move right into media expectations presentation. I assume that's Genesis.
Hello.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm sorry, Marilyn can go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I'm from Daily Bruin. My name is Marilyn Chavez, and I'm the outgoing campus politics editor at the Daily Bruin. I just wanted to introduce Genesis, who is the incoming campus politics editor, in an effort to facilitate communication with the Daily Bruin news section, and not only for student officials, but for all members of the UCLA community here today. And Genesis' email is in the chat at the moment, but I'll let him give more specific information. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everybody. Just to introduce myself, I am Genesis. I'm a second year poli-sci and statistics student, and I will be the 2020-2021 campus politics editor. And so just to distinguish myself, I'm from news. I'm not associated with opinion or any other sections. And for USAC, this year's coverage, we would like USAC to reach out to us. And again, my email is in the chat. I would like, sorry, let me disable my Slack. Anyways, so if USAC offices have any specific insights into any issues related to the UCLA administration or an UCLA organization, we would really appreciate it if you guys could either email me or any other news editors. And or if USAC is considering us covering an event, we would also love to go there and cover it. If any USAC offices complete a platform, that will be an opportunity for DB coverage as well. If any USAC member would like to submit an op-ed to Daily Bruin, there's a webpage and it's attached to the, it's in the documents that's attached to the agenda. And in the folder that's attached to the agenda. You can either submit an op-ed on that through that email, through that link, or you can contact our opinion editor, EJ Penaligan. And I also attached his email in the document. And so the most important part of this presentation is that we really want to facilitate a direct line of communication between Daily Bruin and USAC. So I attached a form where all of you can fill out your contact information and your preferred method of communication so that we can know when how to contact you, and if you guys have any concerns or questions, you can also put that in the form. And I also put my contact info, my phone number, and my email in the document as well. Yeah, that's all of the presentation. I'm here if you guys have any questions.
Thank you so much, Genesis. Does anybody have any questions? Council members? No. It was pretty thorough, so I don't expect any questions, but we just want to thank you, Genesis. We look forward to working with you. And as for Marilyn, I had the opportunity to work with you last year, so thank you again for your all of your contributions to the Daily Bruin. And yeah, we look forward to a great year of media coverage and whatnot. So thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to working with all of you as well.
Awesome.
Thank you, Council. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we'll just move right on into our next agenda item. We have UCPD on the agenda, but I also think we agreed with council that we would include admin as part of this too, because I think Mick is here, ABC DeLuca. So we'll let Lieutenant Scheffler take it away, and then I'll be monitoring questions that council members may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I was asked to be here last week primarily because of an incident that occurred last Thursday night on the west side, but clearly a lot has happened since then. And I was originally asked to talk about that incident on Thursday, and I still intend to do that. But first, I just want to address a couple other things and some of the comments that have come through. I know there may be quite a level of distrust between students and the police, and you don't have to trust me just because I'm from UCPD, but I hope over time I can earn your trust based on who I am and what I'm trying to accomplish, what we are trying to accomplish together. There were a lot of comments in the public comments. I was listening to all of them. I want to address many of them. But first, I just want to make a very clear statement. There is no place in our society, there is no place at UCLA for police brutality, for excessive force, for discrimination, for criminal acts by the police. It's unacceptable and it's not to be tolerated. There was a statement from campus leadership earlier this week. It was signed by the USAC president. It was signed by the chief of police. It declared that we believe deeply that equity, respect, and justice are central to the character of the institution, to the health of our democracy, to the well-being of our world. But like that statement said, we have to do better. And I acknowledge that, we acknowledge that. But we're all here, I'm here to work together to accomplish that. It's not necessarily gonna happen overnight, but clearly we have to do something. And the USAC board and the members of our community, the students and the staff and the faculty, we all have to work together. It's a problem and we need to do something. So let me get to some of the comments specifically. On the tear gas and less lethal weapons, those would never be used on peaceful protesters, never. There are very specific circumstances that those are to be used. Clearly there are police departments in the area that have them. You've seen on the news that they're being used. UCPD, we do not have tear gas, but there are laws, and I'm sure any police department that uses tear gas or less lethal weapons on a peaceful protester, they are going to have to answer to that in court. It's illegal and unacceptable. As for Jackie Robinson, there was a comment, actually, I think one of the secondary follow-up comments. LAPD used the Jackie Robinson Stadium parking lot for their booking process, and they coordinated with the VA directly. It's our understanding that they did that and they have an agreement with the VA. We did not approve it. They didn't ask us. So that is what happened with the Jackie Robinson Stadium. It's our understanding they were not using the actual stadium, but that is all VA property. The arrests and the incident that happened at the 405 freeway yesterday, that was LAPD. We did have officers on standby for the protest yesterday. We had officers ready in case protesters became violent and they threatened UCLA property. And as you guys saw, that didn't happen. It was a peaceful protest at Wilshire and Veteran, and there was marching down Wilshire, and we did not get involved in any of the police activity. And everything that happened with arrests, whether it was up at 405 or on Wilshire down by Beverly Hills, was by LAPD. I believe it was Alberto who had quite a few comments, and I really appreciate what he said and his questions. And those are the types of questions that we all need to work together on, and that we are currently working on to communicate to our community. Things like, what are we doing that's different from other police departments? How are we different from the police department in Minnesota? How are we different from LAPD? What are we doing that is proactive? That what steps are we taking to address the issues that are confronting our society, confronting police and racial relations? What are we doing? And what makes UCPD different? What makes us better than the rest? So those are things that we are working on to put together in a statement and be transparent, to communicate so everybody knows that we are different and we are taking steps to make sure that things that are happening in other parts of the nation don't happen here. There was a comment about students not feeling safe. I was a student at UCLA, And it pains me to feel, to hear that a student doesn't feel comfortable going down to Westwood to get food. I just can't imagine the feeling of not being comfortable in your own backyard to just go get food. We want to be partners to address those concerns. We want to do what it takes so that students feel safe in their own community. And I'm willing to commit to meeting as much as it takes to accomplish that goal. It's just unacceptable that students don't feel safe at UCLA. That's the whole point of us being around and working together to have a safe community. So I want to talk very briefly on the arrest. So there was a 1 minute and 15-second video that was posted on Twitter on Thursday night, and I'll try to go through this a little quickly because I know time is limited. But there's a little more to the story, as usually is the case with very short videos. So on Thursday at about 2:35 in the afternoon, we got a call of an assault with a deadly weapon that happened right on Gailey Avenue at Structure 1. And the victim reported that a suspect approached him and started yelling and pointed a pair of needle-nose pliers about an inch from his face and threatened to stab and kill him. That victim, who was a staff member at UCLA, was basically terrified. Suspect started to walk away. He threw something at the guy, hit his leg, caused a bruise, and so that staff member called us. He starts giving us a description, and our officers start responding to look for the suspect. While our officers are responding, a second victim calls our dispatch center and reports a suspect with a similar description had approached her at Gailey and LeConte about 10 minutes prior. So she called 5 minutes later, but she reported that it happened 10 minutes prior, so all within about 5 to 10 minutes of each other. She reported that this suspect approached her, spit in her face, started yelling at her, and said he was going to kill her. She was or is a UCLA student, and she was terrified. So the suspect was last seen running north on Gailey, and we had multiple officers that were looking for him to try and apprehend him. The officers went to Kelton Avenue, just south of Gailey, and they contacted Mr. Timothy Johnson, who was a male non-affiliate, 34 years old, and that was right around 2:40 in the afternoon. He matched the description of the description of what the two victims had reported to our dispatch center. And due to the severity of those crimes, so he threatened to kill two people, he threatened to stab one of them. He had a pair of pliers that had been altered, and he still had those pliers on him. So because of that, the officers ordered him to get on the ground so they could take him into custody safely. But he didn't comply, and he started yelling at the officers. So it's right around then that the video started that was posted onto Twitter, the video that has since been deleted. So the officers continued to give commands. They told him to get on the ground, and he continued to refuse. And then what happened is the officer on the right, when you're looking at the video, in an attempt to de-escalate and gain voluntary compliance, he activated a visible and audible warning on his taser device. So no probes or cartridges were actually fired. It was just a sound and a visible sparking that came out of the device. After that, actually during the warning, that officer was several feet away. At no point did the taser make contact with Mr. Johnson. he wasn't harmed. And right around then, when he heard that sound, is when the video cut out, the video that was on Twitter. Immediately after the video cut out, excuse me, and as a result of that visible and audible warning, he immediately complied with the officers. He turned around, he put his hands behind his back, he allowed himself to be handcuffed without incident, and basically he was arrested. It's really unfortunate that the video of that incident was posted, was cut prior to the conclusion of that arrest, because if the public could have seen the rest of it, they would have seen the officers using a great deal of restraint when they apprehended him, and seen that he wasn't harmed. So he was arrested for felony assault with a deadly weapon, criminal threats, a couple other charges. He was taken to jail. Today, the city attorney's office filed criminal charges. He was arraigned this afternoon. I don't know if he's still in custody or not, but so that's a criminal case. We received quite a few requests for body camera footage. We don't have body cameras yet. We're in the process of deploying them to our officers, but it just hasn't happened yet. There is dashboard camera footage, but we can't release that because of the active investigation that has criminal charges that were just filed. That footage is part of that criminal case. It's going to be presented at court. So really, in summary, we had 2 members of our UCLA community who were assaulted. They were threatened in unprovoked attacks by a non-affiliate right next to our campus. Our officers were able to quickly apprehend the suspect, take him into custody safely without using force, without the suspect getting any injuries. And really, our mission is to provide a safe environment to the UCLA community. And in my opinion, this incident exemplified that. But I completely understand the level of concern that was caused by the video. It was a 1 minute and 15 second or so snapshot into a 25 minutes or so of activity. And unfortunately, it just didn't represent the whole incident. So this summary hopefully helps everyone understand what happened, why officers were there, why they were there in the first place, what they said, why they said what they said, why they did what they did. And hopefully it provides a little context of what happened before, what happened after the video. So this is a summary that we don't typically provide for a recent arrest, active police investigation, but given the circumstances, I think it's compelling that we share it. So I have. I think it's important for you to know we are in very unusual times. And I think it's important for you to know that in this incident, in my opinion, we did a good job. And hopefully, knowing the facts and the whole story, you'll understand that and appreciate that as well. I may not be able to provide additional details because it is an active case. Be happy to take questions. Before I do that, I do want to touch on two more things. There was a question about the First Amendment rights. We recognize the rights of all people to assemble and engage in the public for the purpose of peaceful public discourse and protest. That is the First Amendment right of everybody. You have the right of free speech, and we recognize that. Finally, we want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. I just ask and hope that we can have meaningful, collaborative conversations to work towards that goal. This is going to be a difficult time. I understand, I get it. We just have to work together. And I look forward to working together with you in the future.
Thank you. We'll start with, we have a list of questions that we want to ask you. So we'll start with Justin, and then if council members, if y'all want to jump in and ask questions too, just please use the raise your hand function. Justin, go ahead.
Hi. So I think regarding the incident on Thursday, I personally did also hear like accounts from students who were assaulted, and so I don't think I personally was. I think what I was most frustrated with was the lack of a Clary update that generally UCPD seems to give, and it is my understanding that assault with a deadly weapon, I believe that's the charge you mentioned, would like require a Clary update. I guess correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I'm frustrated that you um talk about the frustration of like the video stopping right before the end of the arrest when it was like 9-10 hours before UCPD issued something or said any comment, and that was on the Daily Bruin. And so essentially I'm wondering if this decision was made with like the intent you say to make better relationships with students. When you be honest with students, wouldn't you come out and say or give a warning or give some kind of update on the situation? Or were you protecting PR? Because I am aware of an incident in 2006 in which UCLA PD was kind of attacked, or people were mad at a taser incident used on either a student or a civilian. um, I'm wondering, so there are a couple questions in there, I guess, but start off with answering why there wasn't a Clary update.
Sure. So for the Clery update, the reason that we would send a timely warning is if there is a threat to the community. And when the suspect in the crime who is wanted for committing the crimes is arrested, there is no longer a threat. So that's just one of the criteria in determining whether to issue a Clery timely warning. So because this person was arrested, we did not issue the warning. If he had not been arrested, based on the circumstances of the crime and the location, we would have issued a Clery timely warning. As to your other points, there are a number of factors that go into why information doesn't get released quickly or at all, and then what information. It's a variety of factors. So I'm the Community Services Division Lieutenant. I don't necessarily have the firsthand information of the investigation and the detectives and the patrol officers who are working on it. They have information that they may not want released based on jeopardizing a criminal investigation. I need to make sure that the information I have is accurate, because I don't want to put out information that is inaccurate. And then there's a question of what information do we release, what information don't we release? And to be completely honest, we can do better. Do we know, is there something that we can do to maybe set clear and consistent guidelines? Probably, and I think that's a conversation that we could have perhaps with USAC of under certain types of arrests or incidents, making a standard communication of what information gets released and how quickly, and depending on the types of crimes. And I'll take responsibility for not getting the USAC leadership information quickly enough, and perhaps offline. If Naomi and Emily want to share cell phone numbers, we can exchange information. And I never got a request, but it's on me because I never reached out and exchanged phone numbers. So we can do better on that.
Thank you. No, we had an order. Emily, can you remind me?
Yes, we had an order, but Promise had just asked, she had a quick follow-up question if Breeze and Bakur are okay with Promise going first really quick.
Cool.
Okay, awesome. Promise.
Yeah, I just had a quick follow-up question. Because I know you talked about because I watched the video. So you talked about the officers giving this man orders to get on the floor. I think what I think the biggest issue with police is the fact that you don't you choose not to understand community conditions. With days prior, when a Black man who was on the ground literally died because he got on the ground and I'm not even gonna say what happened. Wouldn't it be understandable why this Black man would not want to get on the ground? And why is that not taken into consideration? And why is a taser still being used to scare him? Like, you talk about wanting to be different and wanting to make connections and allow us to trust you guys, but when you don't even put our community conditions into account and how you do your job and how you handle other human beings, and then use their reactions as a justification for violence, that continues this issue. And until you address that, I just do not, and I will not believe that you actually care. So that's all, that's what I have to say. And I would like if you could address that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll do the best I can to address your question. Getting on the ground is a standard police tactic. Putting an officer's knee on someone's neck is not. There are safe and proper ways for police to restrain people, and that is how we are trained. In the officers' minds, and also in the big picture of the community's consideration, they are attempting to apprehend someone who has violently assaulted two people already, who has a weapon. So there are a variety of factors that they have to take into consideration. And I completely understand that this is coming less than a week after the incident that happened on earlier than a week. Is it possible that they could do something different? And actually, to the officers' credit, they did. They adjusted their tactics, sensing the situation. When a second officer showed up, they very bluntly, they were not stubborn and required him to get on the ground because the officers told him to get on the ground and he didn't do it. So they required him to get on the ground and forced him to get on the ground. That did not happen. The initial officer, when he was by himself, ordered him to get on the ground. When the second officer showed up, ultimately they were able to handcuff him standing up. As for the taser, using it to scare him, I just wouldn't characterize it as a scare tactic. It's a warning and it's a de-escalation tactic because that potentially prevented the officers from having to use a higher level of force, perhaps, from getting into a fight with him, whether it's some other weapon being used. We are ultimately trying to gain compliance. We don't want to use force. We don't want to have to use any of the weapons or tools that we have. And if someone will comply with us, that's great. And using the taser as a warning and having him comply voluntarily is a good resolution to the scenario in our eyes. But I understand in the context of everything that's going on, I completely understand what you're saying.
I'm sorry, it doesn't sound like you do because a taser is a very like violent way to use something. Like that's not just a warning. Like can't they you do something else? Like it just doesn't sound like you're listening to what she said. Like given everything, but also just regardless, like black people are afraid of the police. Like that's what's happening. And like they have valid reason to be. Like why should he have to use a taser? But I told my dad I got a taser the other day like that I use for protection and he's like asked how I got that in my hands, like how I got a hold of it. It's like it's a serious weapon.
Usually we don't allow comments from the public, but we will let that one stand because I think it's a valid concern.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you guys. Okay, so the next person was Breeze.
Yeah, so I honestly have like a lot of questions concerning both UCPD and LAPD. So first off, I just want to start off by saying that I think you mentioned that you're supposed to be speaking to the community, and I guess like maybe you're the community chief, you're supposed to be communicating with students. So my question is how do you not know about the incidents if you mentioned that you didn't know the story fully? How do you not know about the story fully if you're the one that's being sent to communicate with us?
I know the fact that it happened. I don't have all of the specific details of uh, the nuance that in what's in the police report, uh, like what the officer is writing and the specific actions. I was aware of the incident. I don't have the specific investigative details.
Yeah, but why is that the case? I'm sorry. Because if you're speaking to us and you're supposed to be addressing our needs, I feel like you should know exactly what's going on and know the police report and be able to present it to the students who you're supposed to be serving.
I have most of the information. I'm just saying I don't have all of the investigative details because some of the investigative details are kept to the detective unit and they're not shared with other personnel. I have most of the details.
That still doesn't answer my question, but okay. I'll start off by I guess by asking like I'm not even going to ask the questions I had originally planned. I just again, I want to kind of second what everyone's been saying. Why was a taser used if this individual that was being targeted already said that they were scared? If they were compliant, if they weren't aggressive, why was it used? Why are these fear mongering tactics being used? You know, I get it, he might have been, but you need to think about alternatives. Why are these tactics being used? And why are you doing it in an area where you know that students are going to be able to see and it's going to affect them when they're already being affected by their academics and by everything that's going on right now?
So the taser was not used on him. It was a warning activation of visual and audible only. And the warning was activated because he was a violent, felonious suspect who had a weapon, who was not complying with the officer's commands.
He said he was scared and he had his hands behind his head. What about that made him scary? What was about that wasn't compliant?
The officers were requesting him, actually ordering him to get on the ground. So it's our responsibility to take him into custody. That means we have to approach him and put handcuffs on him. And if he's not complying with our orders to get on the ground and enable us to handcuff him, and he has a weapon with him, that's an indication that we don't know what he may or may not do. And he's saying that he didn't do what we are investigating when he matches the description provided by two victims who were just violently assaulted. And I believe actually on the video, he acknowledges having the weapon that was used. So he is both saying that he didn't do anything, yet he matches the description, has the weapon. So the officers need to take appropriate precautions so they are safe, but they also need to take this suspect into custody safely. That's also for the safety of the general community. So that is why what happened happened.
Yeah, but two wrongs don't make one right. So that doesn't justify it, but I'm going to allow my other council members to say something if they want to.
Thank you, Breeze, for opening up space. The next person on the list is Baker.
Okay, so first of all, since you've mentioned that UCPD don't have tear gas with them, I would like to ask about rubber bullets. Do our UCPD equipped with that or not? And then moving on to the other point, which is VA lease. So to my knowledge, the parking lot is also part of the lease to UCLA, and so in a sense UCLA is actively paying for it. So how UCLA was not consulted, and and what are the like things UCLA is considering, um, like actions to take, for example, canceling police or any other actions, because like our logo, our university logo is just out there, and this does not represent us and does not represent our university. Um, in addition to that, can you please describe the presence of UCPD, LAPD, and National Guard on campus and around it, on the Hill, and what type of gear they're equipped with, and what is the standing orders when it comes to dealing with individuals on UCLA property during curfew? And what is UCPD obligation on reporting current law enforcement activities to campus leaders? Um, and have lethal force been authorized to be used to enforce curfew, and what are the, if any, circumstances lethal force is authorized to be used on campus and on UCLA property? And finally, the last question I have is about the body cams. So you said that you're in the process of deploying the body cams to UCBD officers. So what is like the time frame for that, and like for how long have been this in conversation? And because honestly, like if you can deploy uh, riot gear and like different equipments this fast, I don't see why body cams cannot be deployed as fast as that. Like why they're not a priority. And is LAPD and the National Guard also required to be equipped with body cams or not? And thank you.
All right, thank you. I apologize, but for your third question, I did not get that. So I don't know if you can put it in the chat, or if there's a way that you can send that somehow, or maybe we can come back to it. But I can, I'll try and address 1, 2, 4, and 5.
I'll put it in the chat right now.
Okay. So on number 1, so rubber bullets, we don't use that terminology, but we do have less lethal weapons. There's a certain list, certain weapons that we have, and they are allowed for the use in certain circumstances. Our use of force policy and our control device policy are on our website. I see your question, thank you. So we do have some less lethal weapons at UCLA Police. We do not have tear gas. As for the VA lot, I don't have information on the lease and the lot. And to be completely honest, I don't know who at UCLA would be best suited to answer that question, but I don't have that information. Your question on lethal force, if I got that question correctly, you're asking if lethal force is authorized on curfew violations, and I would say absolutely, unequivocally, no. The only time lethal force would be authorized is to defend against a threat of serious bodily injury or death. So that means someone else would have to be either shooting at or using a level of force that is likely to cause serious bodily injury. There are a couple other very specific allowable uses of lethal force that are unlikely to happen here, like a fleeing felon or other circumstances. That's also in our policy, which is in our website, but absolutely not. Lethal force is not authorized for curfew violations. On the body cams, I acknowledge the frustration. We are just as frustrated with rolling out our body cams. It was a system-wide project with Office of the President. So all 10 campuses got body cams or are in the process of getting body cams. And unfortunately, when it comes to system-wide projects, bureaucracy and purchasing and technology, it's just things get in the way. So I don't really have a good answer of why it took so long. There are a variety of reasons, IT, purchasing, UCOP, but we have the hardware. We have dates scheduled to install software. We had dates scheduled to install the hardware into our patrol cars. We were ready to schedule dates for the training of our officers, and then coronavirus happened, and we had to cancel training dates that had people in training rooms next to each other. So in addition, the vendors that would come out were unable to travel because of restrictions. So it was just a unfortunate timing. We are starting to get back on track, and hopefully within a couple months, we will have the body cam project back on track, and the body cams will be issued to all of our officers. As for LAPD and other entities, I can't speak to their policies, whether they have body cams or not, whether they're required or not. I just can't speak to other agencies. And now your written question, just give me a second, please. Okay, so UCPD did not have any involvement with the National Guard. It is our understanding that that was based solely on the City of Los Angeles's request. It's our understanding that they did not go on to campus. Yes, they were in Westwood because we saw them. There was social media posts of them there. LAPD is responsible for the City of Los Angeles and Westwood. So they were and are in the area. I don't know what their deployment is or will be. When it comes to a protest, they have additional officers available to respond to protests. Sometimes they will let us know, sometimes they won't, depending on where the protest is and the circumstances. But as for just general deployments, I can't speak to LAPD and the National Guard. For UCPD, we have officers on duty 24/7. They patrol the campus, the Hill, the West Side, Westwood Village. They're responsible for patrolling Santa Monica Hospital, University Apartments South. And so we have a variety of clinics throughout Santa Monica. But given recent events and things that are going on, we are focusing on campus. But there's a lot of university property in the area, so our officers are responsible for making sure that that property is patrolled. What type of gear are they equipped with? I can't speak to LAPD and National Guard. I've seen the pictures of the National Guard. I don't know their policies or anything other than what I've seen on social media. It really wouldn't be appropriate for me to talk about what they have. Same thing for LAPD. For us, I'm not sure specifically what you're requesting, but we have gun belts, we have guns, handcuffs, pepper spray, tasers. We're in patrol cars. Um, maybe you can clarify that at the end. Standing orders when it comes to dealing with individuals on UCLA property during curfew. So are you talking about the countywide emergency curfews that are in place?
Yes. So basically, if UCPD sees a student walking on campus or on the hill, what is like, how will they deal with that, and will they arrest the student or like the individual?
So I actually don't have that info. I can get it and get back to you. I hoping that our officers and our supervisors are reasonable. If it's a UCLA student that's on campus, they would be warned that it's curfew, or at least asked where they're going and why they're out and about, and perhaps even given a ride to where they're going. But I don't know for sure. I haven't heard of the directives that are going to our patrol officers. It is not our goal to arrest students for curfew when they're on campus or even on the west side. And our obligation to report current law enforcement activities, I don't understand what you mean by that.
Okay, so first of all, like, what are like, since protests are happening near UCLA and maybe in the future, maybe at UCLA property, so what are your obligations in time in regard to like timely updates about what's happening and like how UCPD is dealing with those kinds of situations? So like if there's a protest happening and UCPD officers are um, on site, what are the updates and like details you can provide student leaders on campus?
Oh, I see. So updates to provide to student leaders. Right now, there is no obligation for us to provide information to USAC. And I think if in the spirit of working together, perhaps we could establish an agreement that when there are notable circumstances or events that I provide a heads up. I don't know if there will be a requirement or a mandatory obligation, but I'm certainly open to having discussion of finding out what types of incidents you would like to know about. And to the extent that we could inform student leaders that those incidents are happening, it won't jeopardize either law enforcement activities or a criminal investigation or something like that. I think it is entirely possible that we could arrange something to set up a communication like that.
Okay, so just to end by clarifying one of my questions. So on UCLA property, okay, which UCPD is responsible for, aren't like there's any kind of communication or like, let's say, UCPD being aware of other law enforcement agencies working or operating in those areas, which are basically UCPD jurisdiction? I think you will question later, but like, I'll leave that question later. But like, what is like the communication and knowledge of UCPD in regards to other agencies operating on campus and on UCLA property?
I understand now. Okay, thank you. So if another law enforcement agency is on campus, do we have an obligation to tell somebody? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. So for the vast majority of agencies, actually, by law, there is no obligation. However, internally, we notify administration when immigration, ICE is on campus conducting enforcement activities, because actually I shouldn't say enforcement activities, but when ICE is on campus really for any type of activities, because that is not something that we encourage and we want to know about it. But there's no legal requirement. They are a federal agency. The FBI is a federal agency. I will say the FBI does conduct investigations periodically, and for the vast majority of their investigations, they will actually notify the university upfront when they are coming.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to announce the order. It will be Promise, Elijah, Zuleika, Justin Rodriguez, Aiden, and then Naomi. Promise, go ahead.
So I guess I just wanted to address what you said at the beginning of your statement, talking about wanting students to trust you. And I just wanted to address the fact that I feel that it's very irresponsible of you to say something like that. And in your entire statement, not once did you even affirm the fact that a lot of these injustices are continuously happening to Black folks and students of color and people of color across the country. You said that officer shooting rubber bullets and tear gassing peaceful protesters is against the law. Yes, it is against the law, yet, but it is also happening. And for you to not even acknowledge that happening is really irresponsible. You cannot say that you want to mend relationships. You cannot say you want to build relationships if you're not even going to acknowledge the experiences of the people that you're trying to build these relationships with. And constantly being pushed to the side and gaslit as Black people on this campus and being not even being like our issues are not even being acknowledged. And you come here and you say that you want to build these relationships, I feel like is a huge slap in the face. During public comment, I expressed how unsafe I felt, even in my apartment in Westwood. I did not leave my apartment not once yesterday. And the people under me were throwing a party. So that should like let you know just the severity of how terrible this relationship is and how terrible it's going to continue to be until you actually hold other officers accountable by not even word of mouth alone, because that's something that police officers are not even choosing to do. If you actually want change, if you actually want to distinguish UCPD as not another fascist regime of police officers, then actually acknowledge these things happening. I cannot sit here and allow you to continuously pull PR stunts and make you guys look better than all these other people when you continue to allow these systems to continue. You don't want to change these systems, because if you did, you would actually acknowledge what's happening. You perpetuate this system, not holding other police officers accountable for what they've done and not acknowledging the fact of what they've done. Because you talk about social media, so I know you're seeing all these posts. So for you to not even acknowledge what is happening and what folks are posting online of what's actually happening at these protests, where protests are actually peaceful until police officers get involved and agitate the protesters. I went to a protest on Saturday. Every single person was peaceful, but the police literally agitated and pushed and shot at us. And for you to not acknowledge the fact that this is happening to peaceful and non-peaceful protesters is sick. We're literally sitting in front of you. There are Black students who came here today to even hear you speak. And how do you think they feel sitting here and giving you space to literally just continue to not acknowledge their experiences? It is not enough to say you want to change. You have to acknowledge what is happening. You have to say this is happening and it is wrong. You can't say that some stuff is wrong. You have to acknowledge it and take responsibility, because this is not just a one-off experience that's happening in Minnesota. This has been happening for years, for generations. No police officer's hands are clean. And that is the bottom line. So unless you're willing to acknowledge that, then all of this is useless. Unless you're willing to actually talk to the Black students and actually hear their experiences and validate them, all of this is useless. I don't care what you have to say unless you actually acknowledge that. And that is the bottom line for me. How do you expect anything to change if you won't acknowledge it? I'd like to hear your response.
Thank you for that. I apologize if I'm not acknowledging what's happening. If police are causing the problems.
Can I stop you right there, actually? Saying if is unacceptable. You are sorry that that is happening, not if it's happening, it is happening. And that's the bottom line.
Okay, but I will challenge you that it is not always the police causing the problem. Is it?
I did not say it is always the police.
Okay.
Most of the time it is. At all of these protests, there's so much proof that the police are instigating a lot of these issues. So for you to say if is not acceptable.
Okay,
either own up to it or don't.
Let me rephrase. When the police cause the problems, it's wrong. The police causing the problems is wrong, and it's unacceptable. The police should not and must not incite peaceful protesters. They must not and cannot be responsible and be the ones that are instigating and causing peaceful protests to turn into non-peaceful protests and then use that as a reason to arrest people. That is unacceptable. And I agree with that. That's the case. I just can't say that that is always the case. But there's no question that the police are part of the problem. And you may challenge me and say the police are the entire problem. And I don't want to put words in your mouth. But I will say the police are not the entire problem, but in some circumstances, the police are the problem. And as a society, we need to address that. But we do listen. I do want to listen and hear the Black students' concerns. We have attended meetings. We have gone to African Student Union meetings. We have met with student groups. We have reached out to underrepresented communities. And we have to start somewhere. And we're not perfect. So I understand the frustration. I realize that what I say probably perhaps is not going to be good enough. Maybe after more meetings and more discussions and hearing firsthand from more people who are personally affected, how I can communicate the police department's feelings and my feelings will change. I can only hope that with communication and working together and hearing everybody's concerns, that over time and working together, we do better.
I think Emily was going to say that I'm next, but I'll just
Sorry.
I'm next. It's okay. I want to read a statement that was sent to me by an anonymous student that was detained at the protest yesterday, and then I have a question to follow up. It's kind of lengthy, so everybody bear with me. On Monday, June 1st, 2020, at around 6 p.m., 100 protesters and myself were taken into police custody on Wilshire Boulevard while participating in a peaceful protest shortly after a curfew was enforced to stay inside. I have been to several of these protests over the past couple days, and this is the first time that I witnessed an entire crowd get arrested without warning. We were walking up Wilshire towards Beverly Hills City Line, and became blocked off by the Beverly Hills PD. When we turned around, several LAPD police cars and undercover vehicles pulled up to the scene and blocked from the opposite direction, entrapping us on one street. On our left and right We were blocked in by gates and fencing, so there was no exit route. This is a common tactic known as kettling, which happened to DC protesters last night. We asked to be released with a warning and agreed to peacefully disperse. This was the smallest protest I've been to over the past 3 days. It would have been possible to peacefully disperse in small groups. LAPD stated that we were going to be released with a warning. When we stood up to leave, we were told to get back down because we were under arrest. LAPD and Beverly Hills PD were going back and forth discussing what was going to happen to our group. Clearly, there were other things going on in the city during that time that were not peaceful. After they deliberated, it was announced that we were under arrest. No body cams were on, and although they attempted the media wasn't allowed to come. Okay, sorry, that was okay. Come and document the arrests. One by one, we were cuffed and moved down the hill and lined up to be searched. They did temporarily pair us up and cuff us to each other by our upper arms. They were instructed that they had to unlink us because it wasn't protocol, inhumane, uncomfortable. The zip ties used to restrain us were extremely tight on certain members of the group, and they were not adjusted throughout the night. Protesters had to relieve themselves outside at the scenes in the bushes. No one was carrying any weapons. None of us resisted. We were not told that they were charging us with initially. About an hour later, the first bus pulled up and they loaded 18 members of the group and told the crowd that we were getting taken to the Hollywood precinct. Another hour goes by and no buses were sent. We were still under arrest on the side of the road. They then told us that we were going to be given a citation for being out after curfew and that we were going to be released. It took about another hour for this to be confirmed. They began uncuffing and giving citations to non-Black individuals while another bus pulled up. Myself and several other Black people were still in cuffs and asked why a transport bus was approaching if we were being released. They stated that there were not enough police officers to ticket us in a timely fashion in that vicinity. There were about 50 plus police officers at the scene. They told us we were going to be transported to their local temporary headquarters in Westwood and released immediately after being processed. There were several protesters of color on the bus. Several UCLA staff and students were part of this arrest. We were taken to Jackie Robinson Stadium. There were hundreds of cops standing around and about 10 buses filled to capacity. We were in the back of the bus line. We saw that the protesters who had been bused to Hollywood hours ago were actually in Westwood, still in their bus, still cuffed. We started going back and forth with the officers about how we had been brought there under false pretense that we were going to be released immediately. We demanded that anyone in the bus line from our protest get cited as well. We had been cuffed for over 4 hours at this point. The 10 buses remained at Jackie Robinson awaiting release when we left this location. We were then taken to another location in a parking lot off of Veteran, south of Wilshire. We were given citations for disobeying the curfew order and released. All individuals had to find their way home late at night. It was almost 11 p.m. when I got back to my residence. Some of the protesters' phones were dead and they were struggling to find their way home. There was limited air on the buses, and they were packed to capacity in the midst of a pandemic, which is an extreme health hazard in violation of the social distancing orders. Most of the police officers were not wearing masks, and they did not provide them for protesters without a covering. The amount of time that we were cuffed in close quarters was excessive, especially because we had seen over half of our arrest group get released an hour or more before us. The dehydration, exhaustion, irritation, and anxiety of the protesters in our bus and the surrounding buses was very apparent. People were having panic attacks from the stress of the situation. Officers used the buses as a way to corner us and coerce dialogue. There were several remarks made about how the country has an economic problem, not a police problem. Myself and several others feel that the location of the current police base needs to be changed immediately if it is not already done. It's disrespectful that Westwood is being used for this in general, and that UCLA property, especially a stadium named after Jackie Robinson, is the location. The entire incident revealed how disorganized the police force is at this time and confirmed the reoccurring entrapment of protesters. The police departments clearly lack communication among each other if they have to argue about arrests. There were several city buses used to transport protesters in custody. The temporary location use of Jackie Robinson Stadium further cements the intentional anti-Black violence of police officers, given that this space is meant to honor a Black man who stood against injustice. The inhumane treatment of arrested protesters was unacceptable. I would like the immediate cessation of such use of UCLA facilities and concrete steps towards divestment. And that was the end of the statement. Sorry, I had some grammatical errors, and I also have a lot of anxiety right now. But I did want to ask, I have two questions. One, what tangible action has UCPD taken to ensure the safety of Black students, especially at these protests? And then my second question is, what is your all's relationship with the LAPD and the National Guard, given that a lot of these instances happen within Westwood? How are you all advocating for students in these instances, if at all?
Okay, thank you. I listened to that, and it shouldn't have happened that way. That's just not, it's not right. I'll address your second question first. So LAPD and UCPD, we do occasionally work together. LAPD generally will not come onto campus. If there is an event on campus where we need additional officers, we will primarily request other UCPD officers from other campuses because other UCPDs from the other campuses are familiar with the nuances of working on a university, in a university environment with students and staff, and they, we believe, are more in tune with the needs of a university community. With that said, when there is an event or something happening in the city of Los Angeles, LAPD has primary jurisdiction. So generally they will have personnel, and if it is something that could also affect the university, we will liaise with them, so we're aware of what is going on and what they are doing, but we generally do not work together. LAPD is a large organization. They do things a certain way. We do not necessarily do things the LAPD way. And so when they operate and they do things, they tend to just bring their own people from throughout the city, and they do it themselves. So you won't see officers generally with our officers with their officers on a squad operating together amongst each other. As for the National Guard, like I mentioned earlier, we have no connection with the National Guard. We didn't request them. They didn't, as far as we know, they did not come onto campus. We believe that the only reason they were here in the area was because of the city of Los Angeles requesting them, and how they got deployed to Westwood and the determining factors of why and how many, I don't have that information. I don't think anyone at UCLA has that information. I believe that was solely a city, and perhaps LAPD has that information. I don't know. As for what we're doing to protect Black students, so, and specifically for the police, we talk about this amongst ourselves. We talk about current events. We know that there are problems in law enforcement, and we want to be better than the police departments in the nation that are in the news doing things that they should not be doing. So we have, it starts early on, to be completely honest. It starts with hiring. We hire people and we put them through a background check, and we want to make sure that we hire people that are of a higher caliber than than a other police department may hire. We prefer college educated, even better if they had gone to UCLA or UC, because UC educated students, if they become police officers, they will understand being a college student and living and being around the UC environment. In training, we talk about the university and students, and actually I need to back up, in the academy, but the academy is for all police officers in the state. But at UCLA, in training, we talk about the unique circumstances that confront us. But of course, the issues that confront us here at UCLA are not necessarily unique, because these are issues that law enforcement nationwide need to address, that law enforcement nationwide are dealing with. Whether other agencies nationwide are actually dealing with it, we can't control that, but we are. There's racial profiling training. We have implicit bias training, police legitimacy training, where we talk to our officers. We talk about the law and discrimination. And I know I mentioned it earlier, and I mentioned it last week, the fact that certain conduct is illegal. It's against policy. When it comes to protests, everybody has the right to assemble and have free speech. We communicate to all of our officers that free speech is paramount. There's a variety of things that we're doing on a day-to-day basis that we ensure that our officers don't treat people differently based on the color of their skin or their sexual orientation or their gender identity. And if complaints come in, if we learn that someone is alleged to have violated a policy or treated someone differently, we investigate it. And if it's found that that is the case, there's discipline. So that's in addition to a number of the things that I mentioned earlier. It's not a one-stop, we just do one thing and that's what we do to protect Black students. It's kind of a comprehensive, I mean, we start at the very beginning, and it's something that we're talking about early on, and it's ingrained in what we do and how we go about conducting our community-oriented policing and interacting with our community, that everybody needs to be protected, but especially given the circumstances of what we're doing or what we're dealing with now in the nation as a whole. I think everybody is very, very aware, and it's even more paramount, and we're talking about it even more now.
Lieutenant Scheffler, I'd like to cede my time to Andrew Guerrero in order for him to ask a question or to speak. Go ahead, Andrew. You can just unmute and speak.
Hello. Y'all hear me? Cool. So yeah, I'm sorry I got on this call a little late. So yeah, a couple of points that you were making. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm an alum, and I've done a little research on the UCPD, and you mentioned that you had implicit bias training, and I wanted to know exactly what percentage and what type of training it is, because from speaking with former officers, they actually mentioned that a majority of the UCPD training is what they refer to as paramilitary training. And I sort of found it interesting. I'm like, why are campus police getting that type of training in the first place? And also when you mentioned college educated, that's something that my source also pretty much contradicted. He said that a lot of the folks that who had bachelor's degrees were sort of like weeded out in the application process. And as far as working with students of color and Black students, I would really like the UCPD to speak on the vast, like, disproportionate targeting of of Black folks in Westwood. Um, through some of the data that I've analyzed, um, Black folks are very disproportionately represented in the arrest data. And in 2018, I believe, was the data I looked at. The Black population of Westwood is somewhere around 2 to 3%, and yet they comprise over 30% of the arrests, around 31, 32% of the arrests for the UCPD. And I feel like this is something that's not really addressed by the department. And and yeah, I would definitely like to see that that addressed, and also for what people are being arrested for. A majority of the vast majority of arrests, like the top charge um, during arrest, is warrants. And I would like to know um, what role does that play in what does that communicate from the department to the community, right? And also the targeting of houseless folks. That's one of the biggest surprises, the biggest shocks that I found when sifting through the arrest data. Around what 35% of all arrests were of houseless folks from the data that I analyzed. And I feel that when working with when trying to work with the student body and also the larger community, this is something that needs to be addressed, because from my perspective, you're targeting the most vulnerable folks in the community, right? And yeah, unless y'all want me to speak on something else, or like, I don't know how much time I have.
You can have as long as you want, but
Oh, word. All right. I'll say like a couple more things. Sorry about that. So yeah, I think the training is definitely one thing I would um I would like to see addressed by the department. And also uh exactly how you go about coming into contact with like your field contacts, right? So that data is similar to the arrest data, and I feel like there needs to be some sort of accountability for folks who are calling the police on community members, because it's not only the police department, it's a lot of just the community hyper policing Black folks in Westwood, right? And and I want to know what are y'all's thoughts on that, and if if anything can be done about that. And and yeah, that's something that I think would be interesting to go over. I also wanted to ask about what what responsibility the department has to the student body in regards to like ticketing and targeting the most also targeting the most vulnerable people in the community, using motors that cost like the motorcycles that cost like $20,000. They're like brand new, and those are simply just to give out tickets, ticket after ticket after ticket, and yeah, I feel like that's one of the things that that it just doesn't get as talked about as much that I think it should be. And let me see 1 second. So yeah, I would also find it pertinent and important to see the incremental like increase of the department's funding throughout the past few years, because I feel like as students at UCLA, there's like this sort of this like responsibility I feel like y'all should have in showing like how much y'all are getting paid and how much of the funding and the resources the UCPD is swallowing from us basically, right? And because a lot of students like we don't have enough food, we gotta like go without, we're having trouble paying rent, and y'all are out here getting paid hella money to arrest us. So yeah, that's cool. I have a couple more points, but I think that's cool.
Thank you, Andrew.
Of course.
All right, thank you. So on the first couple questions on percentages, I don't have percentages handy, but I can try and get that information. It depends on exactly what you're asking for. Percentage on training and college education. On the percentage of arrests versus the population. So there's a number of factors that go into who gets arrested, and we do arrest a number of non-affiliates who are not students, staff, or faculty. Actually, most of our arrests are of non-affiliates. The demographics of the area are difficult to calculate of population, but yes, there's, when you look at the numbers, it's probably higher than the percentage of Black people that are living in the area. Why is that the case? I'm sure there are a variety of factors, and that's something that we are trying to identify. Is it bias? Is it implicit bias, explicit bias? We don't know. But that's something that we're trying to identify. If we get complaints of racial profiling, like I mentioned, that's something that we would investigate. And if complaints of racial profiling were sustained, we would take action. As for mostly warrants, if somebody is contacted by a police officer and there's a warrant for their arrest, that's a judge ordering us to arrest them. So officers generally have discretion to arrest, but warrants are basically an order for us to arrest. I don't have specific data on what percentage of our arrests are warrants. I'm sure if you're referring to it in the data, it's in there. I just don't have that handy. I don't have a specific explanation of why that may be the case. Same thing for, as you referred to, the houseless folks. There is a population in the Westwood area of individuals who are experiencing homelessness. Occasionally they commit crimes or they have warrants, and occasionally we contact them and they get arrested. Your point to how do we go about basically the accountability for people calling the police. So that is, that's a really good point, because we've seen some notable cases recently in New York, in Central Park, and that is certainly a concern. and that's difficult for us to catch because we may not know based on a phone call to a dispatch center if someone is calling based on an actual criminal activity or someone is calling based on a racial bias. So perhaps you are suggesting that after the fact, looking at the numbers, we go back and try to figure out, well, how do we address it? It's an interesting question of, is it possible to address upfront immediately? One thing that I can say is if we get a call and somebody makes a generic allegation that somebody is suspicious, for example, and they describe a person of a specific race, creed, nationality, and they use that physical characteristic as the reason for them being suspicious, we will not respond to that because that's not a crime, and we will just end the call right there. But if they give a description of possible criminal activity, yes, we will generate a call and we will send officers. And is it possible that the person who is calling is making something up? It's possible. So that is an interesting point. I think that's something that we could certainly have a discussion on. I don't know if other law enforcement entities have talked about or thought about how to have accountability of people calling the police who are basically being or practicing bias and using the police to exude their racism. So that's something that we can look into. You mentioned the tickets and the targeting by the motors. So our motor program was originally conceived because really the traffic in the West LA area, and the motors are a first responder. They're able to get through traffic quickly. They can get up on the campus and get through the bollards, and basically just to get places quickly if there's an immediate like a crime in progress. They also do traffic enforcement, but the same rules apply. They are expected to not practice any sort of profiling or discrimination. And if they are targeting any specific race, gender, nationality, that's unacceptable and it's illegal. So that's something that we would want to know about and we would want to investigate. And then as for the funding, that's really just a data request. It's public information. I think if you wanted to get our budget and historical information, I put in a public records request, and there's no secrets there about our budget.
Thank you. Elijah is next in line.
If a UCPD officer observes an event of police misconduct or violence by a fellow officer or by LAPD, what are your officers trained to do? And have they ever stepped in to intervene? And will they?
Thank you for that. That is an important question, and it's important to address. I'll talk first on UCPD. So it's in our policy, which is again on our website. We all have a duty to step in if there is excessive force being used in any situation. So I'll give an example. If I am on the street and if I'm walking to lunch and another officer pulls over a car and they walk up and they start pulling somebody out of the window, I have a duty to intercede and to stop that officer from using excessive force. So that is a policy requirement on me to do something. If it is another department, that's where it gets a little tricky. So I may not necessarily have a policy requirement, but I certainly have a moral and ethical obligation that if I see someone using excessive force, I have a moral obligation to step in and do something. I would not want on my conscience the death or serious injury of somebody because I was just watching another officer do something that I could have done something about. And that, again, the obligation to step in when there is excessive force is in our use of force policy. More broadly, when it comes to misconduct, every officer has an obligation to report to a supervisor misconduct if they observe it. That is specific to your own department. So if I witness a UCPD officer engaging in misconduct, I have an obligation to report it. If I observe say an LAPD officer engaging in misconduct, while I may not have a policy obligation to report it, again, I have a more of a, again, moral and ethical obligation where I could notify LAPD and they have their own policies to take action.
Sorry, I want to let Elijah speak, but my question, which is related to his question, is will you put your body on the line to stop other policemen from using excessive force? Because you've been talking about how UCPD is so much better than LAPD and that y'all don't, operate by the same policies, but if you're not willing to put your body on the line, that doesn't mean anything to me.
I'm sorry, Emily, at the very beginning, you kind of cut out. So what was the very first part you said?
My question was, will you put your body on the line to stop other police officers from using excessive force or engaging in misconduct? Your own body.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but if another officer is engaging in obvious excessive force, it's my obligation to stop them.
Okay, thank you, Elijah. Go ahead with your other questions, please.
You mentioned weapons in a few of your answers to some of my council members' questions. And I'm wondering, is there any information on weapons purchases or anti-racist training done by the UCPD? And where is this information presented to us if there currently are?
I don't think we have any of that immediately accessible on our website, but any records related to purchases or training would be subject potentially to a public records request. So I think if you submitted a request of specifically what you're looking for, we would process that accordingly.
Justin, you can go.
I think Aiden.
Yeah.
I think Zuleika is Aiden, and then Justin.
Thank you. I just want to say a couple things before I go into my question. I'm just really frustrated with some of the semantics of your responses, saying that we don't use the term rubber bullets, we use non-lethal force or whatever you may call it. And to me, this is a PR stunt on behalf of UCPD, seeing that you're a representative and a lot of the answers that you give, you're not really aware of. But I do want to say that I don't see this as cooperation on your part or UCPD, and I don't see this as UCPD being transparent, given the lack of understanding, the lack of just trying to get answers out of you is just, it's just really frustrating. But as far as I'm aware, given, the history of excessive force that UCPD is known for, the targeting of students of color, I see no difference in UCPD and LAPD, unless you can differentiate it for me. On top of that, if there is no difference of UCPD and LAPD, I honestly do not see a reason why UCPD should exist and it should be defunded. So I'm just interested on your answers and how you would differentiate, how you structure differently than LAPD.
Well, we have a smaller police department. We have similar training in the police academy, which is set by the state of California. But once we get out of the police academy, our training program is primarily focused on how to be a police officer in the UCLA community. So LAPD does not learn necessarily the nuances of university policy and students living in res halls. And LAPD, quite honestly, would not have a clue what USAC is and what you do, and they may not even care. We spend an extraordinary amount of effort to work with students and staff and faculty and student organizations to work together to try and keep a safe community in the UCLA area. And when it comes down to it, LAPD, they are responsible for the entire city of Los Angeles. And UCLA is in the West Los Angeles division, which is one of the safest divisions of the city. And UCLA is in one of the safest parts of the West Los Angeles division. So they really don't devote a whole lot of resources to this area. So we focus our efforts on UCLA and the UCLA community, and LAPD focuses their efforts on areas where there is much more violent crime. So without UCPD, there would be slower response times, if ever, for certain types of crimes. I think you would have less of a personal interaction with community type relations. I don't think you would have the type of one-on-one interactions like what we do now with officers serving as mentors with student athletes and lead officers that work in the res halls and the hospital, the two hospitals and the university apartments. We have officers that are working and participating in all sorts of community groups and serving on committees on campus. I don't think you would see any of that with LAPD. So I think there is a significant distinction between UCPD and LAPD.
Zuleika, does that answer your question?
I mean, not really, because you said that you still get the same amount of training. Well, you still get the same training as LAPD, and that concerns me. I do see this more of a public health risk for students, because students are being targeted. I know students who have, have been arrested by UCPD simply for just being themselves, just for, I guess, walking while Black. And I don't know. I have nothing else to say. It's fine.
So are you suggesting that if UCPD be eliminated and LAPD not patrol or be in the area, that there just be no police at UCLA?
What I'm trying to get to is that there is no accountability that I have seen from UCPD. And I honestly do not see any type of relationship type of building that UCPD is trying to make. I live in family housing, and family housing, we have seen multiple occurrences where UCPD has came in and they have they've profiled my husband just because he was outside of his house. So I think this racial profiling is definitely an issue. And I do not see UCPD acknowledging it. I do not see them taking accountability. And I don't see them trying to go out there and trying to mend these broken relationships.
And if I could add, I know we have a queue, but I definitely just wanted to add too, instead of having that accountability and getting to know community conditions, like Promise had said, we just see an expansion of UCPD's budget every year, while other services like CAPS, like services that are actually necessary and actually do a lot to keep student safety, are severely underfunded. Does anybody else? I know we have, I think it was Zuleika. After Zuleika, we had Aiden, right? Aiden and then Justin. Okay.
Okay, Lieutenant, I know one of the main points that you keep bringing up is trust between students and UCPD. And I want to focus on that because there is a clear lack of trust between students and UCPD because of the systemic pattern. And, I do want to focus on that distinction on UCPD because your badge says University of California Police Department, and you're not just a part of just our UCLA community, you're part of a large statewide police organization that you can argue has a larger reach than LAPD. And when you see instances over time of police misconduct and police brutality, thinking back to the 2006 incident in UCLA relating to the use of a taser on a UCLA student entering Powell Library, when you think about the case of UCPD at UC Davis, pepper spraying a row of students peacefully protesting. When you even think about a few weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, reporting of UCPD using military-grade surveillance on graduate student protesters at UC Santa Cruz in this year, in 2020, there's a clear lack of trust between students and UCPD. And my line of questioning does want to focus on that, on the issue of UCPD. So, thinking about yesterday, one of UCLA's spokesperson talks about the fact that 10 UCPD officers were brought in from UC Irvine to support your efforts here at UCLA. Could you talk about the rationale for calling in further reinforcements from UCI, UCPD, in addition to the current forces you already have at UCLA?
Absolutely. So, as you may have seen in the news throughout the region, some peaceful protests have turned violent. And I'm not going to get into why, because there may be a variety of reasons, but it doesn't matter really why. The protests have turned violent. There have been instances of looting, instances of vandalism, instances of violence against other protesters. And it is our responsibility as the police department to ensure that if anything like that were to happen, we have adequate resources to address it. And
UCIPD were brought in. I do want to hit on the fact, one of the arguments that you've been raising is that UCPD here at UCLA is better serving students given your understanding of the community conditions in Westwood and the student body. So what kind of training for these additional UCPD forces that came in from UCI, were they trained in the community conditions at UCLA that you say your officers are trained in?
So the other UC officers don't get specific training for how to deal with UCLA specific conditions. However, the reason we bring in other UCPDs is because years ago, we would utilize, or other UCs specifically would utilize their local police departments. So the alternative of us bringing in UCI or other UCPDs is we would use LAPD. And LAPD most definitely does not understand how to police or patrol a college university environment. And as a result of the Edley Robinson report that came out of the UC Davis incident, one of the recommendations was to use UC police as a mutual aid, as a primary mutual aid resource for these types of incidents. So when we do need additional officers, that is the reason why we use other UCs. Is it perfect? Not necessarily, but is it better than having a squad of LAPD or LA sheriffs or some random city come to UCLA and be patrolling or policing on campus? Absolutely. I will also point out there is and was, and perhaps still is, a level of fear and anxiety amongst the business owners in Westwood Village. And I would ask, perhaps rhetorically, is there a level of empathy for the business owners who have boarded up their businesses out of fear that their businesses would be vandalized, that they would be looted? Some family-owned businesses that if they were vandalized and looted, they would lose everything that they had. And the fear and concern in Westwood Village was evident because you drive by and everything's boarded up. So whether or not looting and vandalism and violence occurred, really, we understand that there's fear on many parts of the community. We just want to be prepared in case of a worst case scenario where looting may start or there may be violence, and we don't want to have the university community be subjected to violence, vandalism, buildings getting burned, and so forth.
But on the subject of
really quick,
are your another key point of fear among the
Can I
students?
interject really quickly?
Go ahead.
Officer Scheffler, I just had a quick question. What's worse, loss of life or vandalism?
But that's an obvious question and answer. Worse, loss of life.
So let's say you deploy these officers into Westwood. They police Black bodies. Someone gets hurt or worse in order to save these businesses, to save these buildings. So what's worse, loss of life or these buildings? That's all I had to interject there.
And actually, on that same thought, UCPD is meant to serve the campus community. Were those officers deployed to protect businesses in the Westwood Village and not students?
Our officers were deployed to protect university property and to patrol and observe university property. We have a number of university buildings in and around the village, but most of the officers were standing by at and around campus. So we were not necessarily.
I understand that, but then you realize that argument about protecting businesses does not apply to UCPD, given the responsibility of the campus community.
Well, we may not have a direct responsibility for a small business in Westwood, but of course, we're all talking in hypothetical terms because this didn't happen. But if there was looting in a building or in Westwood Village and a UCLA property is right next door, we have an obligation to protect that UCLA property as well. So we can't.
We have a greater obligation for the safety of students and safety from fear, safety from concern, safety from implicit bias. And one of the things that I want to wrap up with is, are you familiar with the Office of the President's audit on university-wide policing brought about by instances of police brutality and police misconduct in the ranks of UCPD? Are you aware of that audit?
What was the date on that audit?
This would be the audit that was released last year, the 2019 audit on university policing at UCPD.
I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head. I know there was an audit, but I and there was a report with some findings, but I believe I'm thinking of the same audit. I just don't know the specific title of it.
I'll share them what one of the key findings of that audit was. And I know you mentioned earlier that UCPD, you said we have to start somewhere. Well, here's somewhere to start, given that it was an independent system-wide audit of UCPD. One of the key directives of this audit was increased data transparency for UCPD. You can understand why we as students are distrustful given the lack of transparency from UCPD on vehicular and pedestrian stops, detentions, arrests, and uses of force, not only in this past week, but over the past year. So my question is, what is your progress in making this this data transparency available to the student community under UC and state directives? And can you commit to this level of transparency for the last year, 2019 to 2020, releasing that to students by the end of summer?
I don't have an update on that, but I can certainly look into it and get back to you.
Okay, because I think this is a key thing that is, you said we have to start somewhere. Well, this is somewhere to start.
Thank you, Aiden. Next we'll have Justin, and then I'm going to cede my time to Justin from the Daily Bruin.
Hi, Scott. So I think a lot of what you've been saying is pointing to reform-minded measures that the UCPD has taken apparently or should take in the future. I'm not exactly sure because you haven't really gone into anything specific, but some of the like typical reform-minded things that people bring up when they talk about policing are body cams, one, some level of like transparency about when these incidents happen and how they happen, and like leaving that to people to kind of like decide and like show like the reality of how police interact with folks. So body cams. Two, some sort of transparency in terms of records, and Aiden talked about that a little bit in the past. So records data, data on like what stuff happens, so transparency, and three, like establishing a relationship with the community you're serving, right? So with body cams, as you said, it's very slow in terms of the rollout of it. I know it's available on other campuses, but there's no body cams at UCLA PD. Frankly, and it was just my thing. Whenever there's enough will to do something, the UC has the money to do it. It's just a matter of will. So I interpret body cams not being implemented by this point in time when, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you will, but I believe it was to be implemented in like 2018. That was kind of when I think that was when the policy issued by UCOP was, but I might be wrong. Two, with regards to transparency, I'd like to, make folks aware of SB 1421. What is that specifically? That is the California Public Records Act. So peace officers are obligated to turn over records, to folks upon request about incidents that happen. I imagine you'll correct me and share the nuance that UCPD, I imagine, has been using, because it says they have to turn over records of incidents with death or great bodily injury. And I think a lot of the way UCPD has kind of shirked out of like responsibility for that has been, well, how do you define great? Like, is great like seriously injuring someone? To me, great should be any injury, given that like if you want to like make a better relationship, like that's a good place to start. Like, why would you not like show every incident and be transparent if you really want a good relationship with students and a good relationship with the community? Third, building community with students. Frankly, I think my council members and a couple other folks from the community, from students who have spoken and alum who have spoken, have shown there really hasn't, despite all you're saying, I I find the reason why is I find it frustrating that you say that you've already done things, and if the things you've already done have not been like appreciated or seen by people or really like actually happened, what does that say about what you'll do in the future? Like, I mean, I think one of the committees you're talking about is the Campus Safety Alliance, but that was revived by students, not y'all. Like that went like they didn't meet for 5 years and y'all didn't have a problem with that. So, you know, um, frankly, like I'm a little bit angered, as you can tell, about reform-minded measures that you seem to be alluding to. But I went to into more specifics than you did in this entire meeting. So I kind of want what I want from you is to hear any specific things you want to do, any things other than what I said in those three things that you're planning on doing. Um, yeah, I don't know, because while it is between the community and the police and UCPD, y'all make like y'all make bank, and it's students who are like implementing a lot of these changes and like frankly um coming out about this. So yeah, if you had any thoughts on that, please share.
Thank you. On the body cams, yeah, it's bureaucracy. Where there's a will, there's a way. Sure, there's more to it. The policy was actually just issued system-wide within the last month. We've been waiting for it for a while. And yeah, we actually just scheduled a date to have some of the software installed. It was scheduled today for later in June, and then there's hardware and so forth. That was a lot of specifics that I gave, I think, earlier on. The records data, we follow the law. The definitions are in the law, and I don't have much more to add on the details there. We don't have.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
Yes, it's in the law, but the whole problem with police departments in California not reporting it is because the law is vague. You understand laws have interpretations, right? And it's a choice for you to make an interpretation, not to decide certain things as great bodily harm.
Great bodily injury is defined in the law, maybe not necessarily in that section, but it is defined. And we do not have uses of force or shootings that result in death or great bodily injury in general, because we just don't have serious uses of force as a matter of practice. They do happen every once in a while, but we generally don't. And then as for the relationships with the community, so perhaps I need to clarify on that. I'm not, and I shouldn't have been representing that I did everything myself. So I took over this position in February for Lieutenant Kilgore. I am not personally the one that's serving on all these committees. We have 60 or so officers. There's a number of them that are on different committees. I mentioned the mentors that work with the student athletes. That's a different group of officers than the lead officers who work in different areas. Lieutenant Kilgore, who was on this in this position prior, he worked with a number of different groups. So it's been a collective effort over many years. So it's not just me, and it won't continue to just be me. And I apologize if I represented that this is all me, and that I will single-handedly repair or continue or build the relationship with the community.
Justin, did that answer all of your questions?
In the way he was going to answer, yeah.
Thank you. Justin Jung, Would you like to ask your questions?
Yeah, thank you so much, Naomi. Hi, Scott. I'm Justin Jung from the Daily Brew, and I called you a few times this weekend already, but I just had a few more questions, specifically pertaining to the detainment center. My first question would be, when did LAPD notify UCLA and/or UCPD that the stadium was going to be used as a detainment center?
I don't have that information. I have to check with the people who are responsible for planning the operation.
Can you tell me at least then if it was before or after detainments were taking place? They started taking place?
I don't know if LAPD notified us if they were going to use that location as a detainment location. So like I said, I'll have to check to find out.
Then how'd you guys find out?
Well, I found out after the fact the next morning.
Okay. And can you comment on the conditions that the detainees faced at the stadium?
Well, it sounds like, from what I've heard from you all, that it was inappropriate. But I don't know the circumstances of what LAPD did firsthand from the officers, and it really wouldn't be appropriate for me to say why they did what they did. I really would direct you to LAPD.
Okay, and will LAPD and/or any other law enforcement be continuing to use the stadium for detainment processing?
I don't know.
Have they not communicated this information with you?
Not me.
Is there anyone else at UCPD who might know more about this?
I can look into it and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Emily or Naomi, this is Mick. May I just make a quick comment?
Yes, please.
I just want to respond to that. I see a UCLA note out right now. We're troubled by accounts of Jackie Robinson Stadium being used by as a field jag. This was done without UCLA's knowledge or permission. As a leasee of the stadium, we have formed local agencies. UCLA will not grant permission should there be a request like this in the future. No one at UCLA was aware of any use of any piece of the stadium last evening, and became aware of this morning. Actually, I got a text at about 1 in the morning from a student asking the question about it.
I'm sorry, that was actually from my email. I think it still has Naomi's name because it's in transition, but the student that I sent you the email from and seconded her response, that was from the AAC one.
Okay, so however that was, and I also heard from another student, but I just wanted to make it clear from UCLA's standpoint, there was no knowledge whatsoever of that operation or that use. And that was certainly clarified today with the various agencies.
Does anybody have any other questions? I have something to say to that. I think even after reading the faculty's letter that was addressed to UCLA administration and academic senate leadership, I'm still deeply troubled by our ties to the LAPD, given that they are a known racist organization and that they've enacted violence on Black bodies and Black people for decades now. This is known. And while I see UCPD as the lesser of two evils, unfortunately, I would deplore any ties to LAPD, and I just want to voice that. And I know a lot of council members and a lot of folks on this call also feel the same way too. So AVC McDeluca, I don't know who we could bring in to talk more deeply about this, but you know, and maybe, and we don't understand, we don't know how y'all were notified about this or what is the protocol for this, but we definitely think that the collaborations between UCPD and LAPD need to be stopped. And this is a prime example of why they are not fit to be within our communities, why they're not fit to exist as an organization at all, period. But especially on our campus.
Naomi, if I can ask a question.
Yeah.
Hello, Scott. I'm a first year at UCLA, and this year I served as the on campus housing council representative for the community of Delta Terrace on the Hill. And since I'm a representative, I have to go to meetings every Monday, or I had to go to meetings every Monday. I believe it was from 5 to 6, if I'm not mistaken. And these were meetings that in which the heads of IT and sustainability and dining attended and heard these, I guess, complaints from representatives that complaints that we were receiving from our residents in order to present them to the heads of departments. But the sole department that was never present during the entire year was UCPD. The only time that they were present was during town hall meetings, which happened, I believe it was once every quarter during week 6, and it was for less than 2 hours. So, on the topic of building relationships with our community at UCLA, can you commit to actually having a UCPD officer attend those meetings, as they did attend them years prior, but it's been a while since they've actually been attending these meetings where actual representatives of communities on the Hill can talk about issues that are arising, especially now that there's more attention towards this issue, which has been prevalent for decades, but is now being more talked about. I'm assuming that this upcoming years and years to come, there's going to be more talk about UCPD and the relationships that students have with them. So I think that's my question for you is, can you commit to having a UCPD officer at those meetings every Monday from 5 to 6 to listen to any comments that are given from these representatives from different communities that reside on the Hill?
What's the name of that meeting? Does it have a name?
It's the On-Campus Housing Council, OCHC, on the Hill. They meet every Monday from 5 to 6, and it's with the heads of IT and sustainability and dining. So if that can be put in place, I think that would be another way in which UCPD or people on the Hill can actually talk to UCPD and tell them what's going on.
So I can't commit to have an officer there, but what I can commit to is I will talk to my boss, who is the captain that basically is responsible for all of the operations and the schedule, and express the importance of this. There are a lot of factors that go into the schedule, and we'll do everything we can to make it happen, but I don't want to commit to something that is not a guaranteed thing that can happen.
Okay, thank you, because I'm aware that UCPD was present in prior years. So that's why I wanted to bring it back, because during my term, I didn't see any presence of UCPD in those meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Y'all, we're getting a lot of requests for questions. If y'all could please either field those to Emily or myself, and then we'll put you all in the queue. We definitely want to keep this as organized and as efficient as possible, because 10:15, the Academic Senate cannot cancel finals and will not cancel finals. And we are students too. So let's move on to the next person. I believe was I missing anyone else from the queue? I think Sachi's next. Am I right? Sachi, can you?
Yeah, for sure. So I have a question for both AVC DeLuca and for Lieutenant Scheffler. I think, first of all, as the student representative that presides over UCLA facilities, I'm really, really disheartened by the use of any UCLA facility for something as egregious as holding peaceful protesters. And so I don't think it's enough for UCLA to say we didn't know. I understand that it's a complex situation, and I understand that there's a lot of players involved, but it's not enough. So to ask, will UCLA administration, first off, will they be holding the LAPD accountable? Will they be making a strong statement to ensure that to ensure that the National Guard is not allowed on UCLA facilities? And second, will UCPD, similarly, as Naomi and my other fellow council members have brought up, be making these same stances against the LAPD, against the National Guard, who at this point in time are putting our students at risk? They are the institutions that are making our students feel unsafe. And if UCPD is to work within accordance of its mission statement, which is to provide a safe environment for students, it really needs to take that step up against these organizations, not just say that they stand with us, not just say that they're going to help the community, but really it requires taking a step up and protecting students from these organizations themselves.
Thank you, Sachi. Next we have, I have Christina next.
Hi, this is kind of going back to Justin's line of questioning about accountability, but I just wanted to bring up, you have talked a lot tonight about wanting to be better, and you have said that you are trying to identify reasons for the discrepancy in community population versus UCPD arrests, and that explicit or implicit bias could be one of those reasons. So may I ask what you're actually currently doing to identify explicit and implicit bias in UCPD policing?
I'm sorry, at the very end, you kind of got a little garbled. Could you repeat the last part?
Sorry, I said, may I ask what you are currently doing to identify explicit and implicit bias in UCPD?
Okay, thank you. So for explicit bias, that would be based on statements and conduct, like obvious. If someone said that they took action based on something that they said, maybe they made a comment that they stopped someone because of the color of their skin or their gender identity, that would be pretty easy to identify and we would take immediate action. The implicit bias is much more difficult, and that's how to find out if that is happening is very difficult. So we do look at our statistics, but it is challenging. And so one of the things that we recently got a request for that we will be complying with is the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Student Advisory Board requested a updated data set of all of the information of our contacts. And we'll be providing that to conduct another assessment of our stops to help us and to perform an analysis of who we're contacting and genders and racial identities. So it's a very complex situation. We rely on complaints that may come in when people believe that they are being treated differently or inappropriately, and then we investigate those.
Thank you. I have next Promise. Wait, Promise, before you go. So we have Promise, Walker, and then we had Emily after.
Hi, Scott. So I just had a few questions about like what tangible reforms are you willing to make in UCPD's training processes to actually create change in the way you guys police students? And can you elaborate on how you're currently training and where you can see change to be implemented?
So those are very broad questions, and quite honestly, I think those are the types of questions that we would need to have additional conversations. So you want to know what types of reforms we would be willing to make. I would like to know what types of reforms you would want us to make and to have a discussion on what is possible and perhaps what is not possible. As for our training, specifically one that comes to racial profiling and discrimination, that is state mandated. It's state curriculum, so we're following that state training. So if we were to make changes to that, it's a matter of state modifications. But I think we are open to making changes. I think we're looking for that partnership to find out what you think, what the members of the community think we should be doing, what we can be doing better, and having that conversation.
Who is after Promise?
Bakor.
Bakor. Bakor?
Okay, can you hear me right now?
You're good.
Okay. So my first question is, did UCLA ask law enforcement agencies to cease the use of the VA parking lot immediately, or like, are they allowed to continue to operate until the situation is like done? And then the second part is, will the National Guard be allowed to be on the Hill and basically policing university housing? And finally, since there's a lot of I don't know answers, when do we expect those like answers? Like, is it today, tomorrow? Obviously not today, but like, is it tomorrow, after 2 days, or is it like after 1 month? So thank you.
So regarding the VA, as it's been mentioned before, we don't control the parking lot. That was an arrangement with the VA. So I don't have any information about timing and permission. So I can't answer that question. As for the National Guard on the Hill patrolling, we don't direct the National Guard, but I have no reason to believe that the National Guard would be patrolling on the Hill. And it is my belief that if the National Guard were on campus, we would ask them to leave campus because they're not needed on campus. But that would get, we would need to interact with the City of Los Angeles and LAPD, but I don't see any need for the National Guard to be on campus at this point. And
sorry to cut you, but is that a commitment that if the National Guard was deployed and on the Hill or on UCLA property and they're unneeded, will UCLA ask them to leave? Is that a commitment, or is it just like a statement that does not mean anything?
well, I don't know if those are the only two options, if it's a commitment or it just doesn't mean anything. I don't know if I can speak for the institution of UCLA, but I can say at my level of the police department, my recommendation would be if the National Guard is on the Hill or anywhere on campus and they are not needed, that we should ask for them to leave.
And okay, so regarding the answers for the many questions.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So
and just how you don't have like.
Yeah, there have been a number of questions, and I'm probably going to need to get with Emily or a representative to figure out exactly a point of contact and a way to follow up on this. Depending on the questions, I really can't give you a time frame, but I will do what I can to get quick answers as quickly as possible.
Yeah, in that way, I would love it if you could have at least some of the answers that have to do with data for tomorrow's Campus Safety Alliance meeting, if that's possible. I have a handful of questions.
I'm sorry, Emily, that's not going to be possible, but maybe we can
Okay,
chat
then
tomorrow and
we
figure out
can
exactly what information you'd like to get.
we can um we can ask you to come to a council meeting during the summer, possibly. Okay, I have a handful of questions from folks, but this one is for AVC DeLuca, if you're still here. I was wondering, I know that you've made it clear that UCLA did not know that the stadium was being used. I was wondering what the university plans to do in terms of clarifying that publicly um, for the student body, because right now the student body is hurt um, that UCLA has sent out an email affirming that Black Lives Matter. And right now it looks like UCLA's facilities are being used for detaining peaceful protesters. And so I was wondering what the plan of action is um, on behalf of the university in terms of clarifying this for folks.
Thanks, Emily. First, that is not the university's property. That is the Greater Los Angeles VA federal property. We are just a lease holder.
Yeah.
Okay, so we want to be very clear. The stadium was not used in any capacity, and apparently the parking lot was used, of which we had no knowledge whatsoever. I know myself, I was in an email string today with the VA administration, and I understand a Zoom meeting is set up with them tomorrow to make sure the university stand is very clear. And I also understand the administrative vice chancellor and the chief of PD are communicating clearly with LAPD that no notification was involved. Now, just so you know, on that piece where the university had advance notification was from the fires that occurred, and that area was used as a staging ground for the fire departments. And then most recently, UCLA was made aware, and the area was used for COVID testing. But those came to the university in advance. The situation last night did not, and so my understanding is a meeting with the VA itself and communication with LAPD.
Okay, I guess my question is, how are they allowed to do that? And will the once after you meet with the VA and the LAPD, will you be issuing like a public statement about how UCLA was not involved nor condones this activity?
What I read to you earlier, I don't know, I was scrolling my phone, so I can't remember if it was Twitter or an Instagram feed from UCLA. So that's number one on that. How are they allowed to do that? I mean, it's not our property. And I believe I saw in some communication today that LAPD and the Veteran Administration Police Department have various reciprocal agreements. So I think the university, as I indicated, once made aware of it in a variety of capacities, whether it was students bringing it to our attention, a number of faculty wrote to the administration today, and the administration immediately got in communication with both entities.
Okay, thank you. I have a handful of questions for Lieutenant Scheffler. I have a question that says, is there any way we can document the officers who have had complaints of racism, bias, and excessive force? I also have a question that says, given that the UCPD is in possession of rubber bullets or what you called, what was it, like
less lethal
weapons?
Weapons.
Given that, what is the protocol when deciding what actions or situations that make the use of these rubber bullets appropriate during a protest? And moreover, is UCPD trained to use rubber bullets in the same manner that other police departments have been shown to practice during these protests? I have another question that says, does the UCPD look into the history of their officers reported biases before they hire them, looking for racist acts or acts of bias or excessive force. And I believe right now that is what I have for you.
Okay, thank you, Emily. For the first one on complaints, we post our complaints information on our website. The names of officers is confidential under California law, but we do post the number of complaints, the type of complaint, and the disposition on our website. As for the less lethal weapons and the training, our policy is on our website that explains when the use is authorized. Like I mentioned before, the use of less lethal weapons would never be allowable on a peaceful protester. There are specific circumstances of when those types of devices can be used. I can't speak to other departments, but to the extent that another agency uses a less lethal device on a peaceful protester, that would be a violation of our policy, and we would not do that. As for the history of our officers and checking for allegations or even proven instances of acts of racism or any issues like that, we conduct a thorough background check. It's required by state law, and everybody who applies to be a police officer has to fill out a very long background check paperwork form with a lot of information. We contact all previous employers. We contact neighbors and family. We contact other people that are listed as secondary references that perhaps the individual may not list, but someone that they do list may give as a secondary reference. And then we also have our officers go through a polygraph examination. So there's a long list of steps that we take to try and screen out the best we can anyone that may have anything like that in their history, because we do not want to hire anybody who has any type of that behavior in their past.
Okay, thank you. I think what we're gonna do is encourage folks to come to the meeting tomorrow to discuss further, just so we can move on in the agenda. And I wanted to ask Lieutenant Scheffler if there's any way that we can arrange a meeting with the police chief.
I think that would be something that he would be happy to do.
Okay, thank you. So to all the folks who still have questions that I wasn't able to ask, I'm really sorry. But tomorrow we'll be holding a Campus Safety Alliance meeting at 5:30 p.m. PST, and I encourage everyone to come.
Well, thank you to everybody who came out during that specific item, and thank you, Lieutenant Scheffler, for speaking to us. And thank you to the other UCLA administrators who came specifically for this topic as well. Yeah, so we can move on to the next item because we still have a really lengthy agenda. I know we talked about moving the resolution up. Did y'all want to do that? Is that still a thing that y'all wanted to do? Or do you want to keep the agenda as is? We can move straight into appointments. But I feel like it's a good topic since we're already on the topic.
I think we should just do the resolution.
Okay.
Do we have to like motion to amend the agenda?
I've been a council member for a year and I don't know the answer to that question. Dr. Geller?
Can you repeat the question?
We want to move the resolution up in the agenda. Can we just move it up? Yeah. Cool. So let's see, I have Sachi leading this. So Sachi, do you want to take it away and explain?
Yeah, the resolution is in the folder. I don't know who wants or is able to share the screen.
I can share a screen. Give me 1 second. Okay, can everyone see it?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, so the resolution is called a resolution calling for solidarity with the Black community and condemning police brutality and anti-Blackness. We can all just, as we usually do, take a second to read through.
Would it be okay if we read the first whereas out loud?
Would you like me to do that, or would you like to do that?
I think I can. Whereas the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, David McAdie, Tony McDade, Yasin Mohammed, Finan H. Brehe, Sean Reed, Stephen DeMarco Taylor, Ariane McCree, Terrence Franklin, Miles Hall, Darius Tarver, William Green, Samuel David Mallard, Kwame Jamarion Robertson, Kayla Moore, Gregory Hill Jr., Jaquavion Salton, Ryan Twyman, Brandon Weber, Jimmy Atticus Atchison, Willie McCoy, Amantic Fitzgerald Bradford Jr., Laterick Griffin, Jamel Robinson, DeAndre Ballard, Botham Shem Jean, Robert Lawrence White, Anthony Lamar Smith, Sandra Bland, Ray Marley Graham, Manuel Loggins Jr., Trayvon Martin, Wendell Allen, Kendre McDade, Pamela Turner, Larry Jackson Jr., Jonathan Farrell, Jordan Baker, Victor Parker, Kajana Powell, Laquan McDonald, Akai Gurley, Tamir Rice, Rumain Brisbane, Corinne Gaines, Jermaine Reed, Charlie, I'm so sorry, I can't read that last name, but Charlie Kenong, I don't want to butcher that, Tony Robinson, Walter Scott, Freddie Gray, Brendan Glenn, Samuel DeBose, Christian Taylor, Jamar Clark, Mario Woods, Quintonia LeGrier, Gregory Gunn, Akil Denkins, Altern Sterling, Philando Castillo, Terrence Sterling, Terrence Sterling Pritchard, Natasha Terrace, Keith Lamont Scott, Alfred Olongo, Jordan Edwards, Stephon Clark, Danny Ray Thomas, Dewan Guillory, Patrick Harmon, Jonathan Hart, Maurice Granton, Julius Johnson, Janice Johnson, Nia Wilson, and Michael Dean represent just a few of the countless systematic murders of Black people in the hands of police. And whereas from 2013 to 2019, the LAPD killed 124 people, with Black people killed at 4.2 times the rate of white people. And whereas the Los Angeles community has gathered to exercise the right to protest these injustices and has been with the violence from LAPD and other, such as rubber bullets, tear gas, and mace. Can you scroll, please? And flashbangs, signifying a lack of de-escalation and a failure to address a deep history of brutality. And whereas the National Guard has been deployed to police the Westwood community, creating among the student residents that prevents them from accessing already scarce basic needs amidst a global pandemic and disproportionately affects the Black community. And whereas UCPD has shown itself to be complicit in the system, though that is ongoing through its ongoing collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department and its failure to address the concerns of Black students. Whereas UCPD used excessive force in the past and has shown no tangible steps towards improvement. And whereas the parking lot of the UCLA Jackie Robinson Stadium, a UCLA affiliated facility, was used by LAPD to detain and process peaceful protesters, including student protesters. And whereas instances of racism and anti-Blackness in blatant and discrete forms continue to exist among UCLA student body, faculty, and administration. And whereas UCLA has stated that they will search for solutions in many ways, including working with student government, and whereas a failure to practice meaningful and non-performative allyship to the Black community now and forever is detrimental to to the proliferation of peace and prosperity. Therefore, let it be resolved that the USAC stands firmly in solidarity with the Black community and unequivocally supports the efforts of Black Lives Matter. Let it be resolved that the USAC demands the UCLA administration prevent the future use of UCLA facilities to repress student voices and police Black bodies by holding organizations that use the space accountable for their actions. Let it further be resolved that USAC demands that from Governor Gavin Newsom, Mayor Eric Garcetti, and UCLA administration to demilitarize Westwood through the immediate withdrawal of National Guard officers from our community and calls for the immediate release of peaceful protesters arrested in Westwood. Let it further be resolved that USAC joins with and held accountable to work with and support Black students and Black student organizations.
Thank you, Promise. Does anybody have any questions? Sachi, is your hand up?
Sorry, that's just left up from earlier.
Oh, okay. Who's going to send us to UCPD? I think we should make it a general practice to establish in council who's going to be the one to send the resolution out.
I can send the resolution to UCPD and other entities that were called out within this resolution.
Awesome.
I got a question from someone asking if we should clarify that Nia Wilson's death was at the hands of a white supremacist, not at police.
I think that that's like for information purposes an important distinction. And I guess for the purposes of this statement, I'm curious what you all have to think, but we could take out her name because we are specifically referencing the police. I don't know what you all think about that.
That's something. Sadly, Neil Wilson has not been the only major Black person killed in the Bay Area. I think someone who was not mentioned in this was Oscar Grant, who was killed on New Year's Eve 11 years ago. I would consider maybe writing that name, but I also want to leave it to other folks to voice what they think.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Oscar Grant was killed by the police, though, right? Oh, he was. Yeah, he was killed by
Killed by BART police
police.
at Fruitvale Station.
hmm So I think we should definitely add his name. I don't know if I feel comfortable taking out Neil Wilson's name, but I do agree that we did call out police. So unless we're willing to change the wording, I do think we would have to. It would be best to take out her name. What do other folks think? Aiden?
We could add the language at the hands of police and white supremacists to be, yeah, to include that perhaps.
I like that. Whoever has edit access right now, can y'all add that?
I do. I can just add it.
Cool. Can we also add Oscar Grant's name as well?
Can we also add Ahmaud Arbery's name?
Yeah, promise if you have edit access.
I think I saw it. Does anybody else have any questions?
I had a question. How does everyone feel adding a condition also demanding that UCPD and UCLA end all ties with LAPD?
I agree.
I agree.
I do as well.
I think also if we add that language, we can look to the University of Minnesota and the language that their police departments have used to cut ties with the Minnesota Police Department. I can try to pull that up.
Thank you, Sachi.
We can wait for those changes to be made. And then once they're made, we can have, if anyone has a motion or will make a motion, then we can approve the resolution. I just wanted to say thank y'all to those of you that helped write this and presented this at council. Thank you, Promise, for reading it out. I do think that it's definitely a powerful moment for you to have been able to read all of those names and all of the lives of Black folks that have unfortunately been taken away due to systemic racism. So thank you. And thank y'all to all of the participants who have stayed within this meeting. It's definitely an act of solidarity, and I'm sure Black folks appreciate it widely.
In that case, I motion to approve a resolution calling for solidarity with the Black community and condemning police brutality and I'm sorry, it's long.
Sorry, let me scroll.
For your motion, is that language finalized? Can we see it?
Give me like 2 seconds. I'm adding it right now and grammatically making it make sense.
Okay. I don't think we can approve a resolution until the language is finalized.
I also need to add another whereas for context to explain what the University of Minnesota did. Is that okay as well?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just changing the therefore let it be resolved and just saying let it be further resolved.
Okay, I just got word from our former president that we can vote to, we can vote on the resolution with the amendments as long as everyone's okay with the amendments that are being added. Is everybody okay with that? Cool. Thank you. Shout out Robert for listening in. Cool. So if anyone wants to make a motion,
Yeah, I motion to approve a resolution calling for solidarity with the Black community and condemning police brutality and anti-Blackness.
I
I
second.
promise motions, Elijah seconds. We'll start with constitutional order. IVP,
Yes.
EVP,
Yes.
Gen Rep 1,
Yes.
Gen Rep 2,
Yes.
Gen Rep 3,
Yes.
AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Yes.
CAC,
Sounding yes.
CSC,
Yes.
FAC,
Yes.
FSC,
Yes.
SWC,
Yes.
TSR,
Yes.
ISR.
Yes.
Awesome. So with the vote of 14-0, the motion passes and a resolution, someone can scroll real quick so I can see the full resolution name. Whoever's presenting it. I got it. A resolution calling for solidarity with the Black community and condemning police brutality and anti-Blackness has passed. Thank you all, and thank you for this much needed discussion and resolution. Awesome. So we are moving into appointments, and I just want to give a disclaimer for those of you in the audience that I kind of want to explain how appointments work and reiterate to council members that may not have read my long message that we will do a 1-minute introduction by the person who is being appointed, and then we'll do a 15-minute Q&A. At that point, we'll have ARC give their formal recommendation, and then we can have a discussion. At that point, anyone can make a motion to approve the appointment as is, and then we can pass it. I will say that if the conversation starts to go around in circles, I will start to limit the conversation, not in a way that definitely discounts anyone's voice, but if it gets to be unproductive, I think it's best that we table in the interest of time and in the interest of the headspace that everyone's at. So, yeah, we'll start with Campus Safety Alliance Vice Chair, Emily.
Yeah, awesome. So my understanding is that consent item votes, I'll just speak a little bit about the person that I'm appointing, and then we can do it by consent item. Does that sound good? Okay, great. So my appointment is to the Campus Safety Alliance Vice Chair. The person that I am appointing is Matthew Richard. Matt has been a person who has been deeply involved in the Campus Safety Alliance since the beginning of its resurgence under Robert's IVP. When Robert was IVP, they worked together to rebuild the Campus Safety Alliance. 2 years ago, this year, he served as the Campus Safety Alliance Vice Chair and the Director of Campus Safety. For the IVP office, he helped us advocate for student voices on the Public Safety Advisory Council. He advocated against the facial recognition technology, which we won. Matt has done a lot of great work surrounding campus safety, and he's been a great ally to students of color, and has always advocated for the safety and security of marginalized communities. And so for these reasons, I am advocating for his appointment. as the Campus Safety Alliance Vice Chair for the upcoming year.
Cool. And this is just a consent item, so if no one has any opposition to Matt being appointed as the CSA Vice Chair, then it will be approved. Does anybody have any opposition or question?
I would like to call for a roll call vote.
Oh, okay. I don't think we have to vote on this because this is just a.
Yeah, it's a consent item vote. You just
So if
talk about your
anyone
opposition, right?
has opposition, then they would express it. And if there is a majority opposition, it will not pass.
Okay, in that case, I will express opposition.
Do you want to detail it, Aiden?
I am concerned with the nomination of Vice Chair of the Campus Safety Alliance with someone that I believe has allegations of sexual harassment against themselves. That is all I'll say.
Does anybody else have any opposition?
I would like to oppose on the grounds that I also remember hearing about these allegations last fall, though I don't know them in full detail.
Does anybody else have any opposition that they would like to voice? I think I would want to clarify that from what I've heard and from what I've seen, what had taken place in the fall, they were not sexual harassment allegations. I think they were. Someone help me out for those of you.
It's 11 o'clock.
Oh, sorry. Pat, just perfect timing. They were harassment allegations or doxing allegations. But I do think that we should, unless you know otherwise, I do think we should watch what we say about sexual harassment allegations, given that members of the public could have undergone sexual abuse or other forms of abuse. Does any other council member want to speak? I'm so sorry, I haven't been looking at the participants list. Matt, I don't know if you're in the, oh, you are here, okay. Matt, if you would like, I definitely would want to cede my time to allow you to speak and address any of these concerns, just so that council feels comfortable going forward. Matt, I'm not sure if you're around.
Hello. Sorry, it's been a long day. It's like 2 a.m. right where I'm at. I released a statement on my Facebook page about the allegations of doxing and harassment. I'm firmly against all forms of harassment and doxing, and have not committed these forms of harassment or doxing. And I detail, I can link that post to the page.
Could you link it?
Yes, 1 second.
Before he does that, was I made a co-host by any chance? I'm totally fine if I'm not, but
I can make you a co-host right now.
No, you don't have to. I was just wondering.
Oh, I usually just make Fernando and Jessica co-host.
in the meantime, I want to clarify maybe with if Dr. Geller or anyone else can kind of give us guidance here, but I mean, we literally just had our Title IX training, and I know that we discussed that council is not Title IX, and council, I guess, cannot um like investigate something. And so I don't know how like this like appointments process works, if we like need more information or whatever it may be. But I think we did just discuss how we, I guess, cannot make those decisions because we are not Title IX, and that is not our authority.
Right. So what I'll say is that you don't have the authority to do an investigation or to take action against someone based on an allegation that has not been investigated by the university and found to be upheld as a violation of policy. If there is an investigation by the university that results in a finding of a violation, then the investigating office can take action that might involve removing someone from a position or prohibiting them from engaging in a particular activity or space. But everyone has the right to due process. They have the right to be heard and to respond to allegations. And they have the right for that to happen through the formal policies and procedures that exist. I'll also say when it comes to appointments, you are not looking for the one best person for any appointment on campus. You are looking for someone who has the potential to be successful, who has the commitment and has the passion for whatever the topic is, knowing that pretty much all of our committees, there will be an opportunity to learn in the role. So what you want to do is evaluate whether you believe that Matt has the potential to be successful. And if you believe Matthew does, then you can support the appointment. If at some later date, a formal process were to determine that he violated some policy and a ramification was that he was disqualified from service, that would happen at that point. But to the best of my understanding, he passed the eligibility check that was done for appointments, which means that as of today, there is nothing that would disqualify him from a policy perspective. And it's not a best practice to rely on accusations or rumor for something that hasn't had the opportunity to go through a formal process. Anyone could find themselves facing allegations, and without that opportunity to be heard, for there to be an investigation, there's no way for them to effectively challenge it. So he's given you access to his statement. What you want to figure out is, do you believe he can be successful in the position? If you believe that he can, you would move forward. And if not, you would vote in opposition.
Dr. Geller, I believe that a vote or a consent item that had opposition expressed has to be an action item, or has to be a roll call vote.
Yes, at this point, you would go to a roll call vote to see if you have a majority.
Okay.
Okay, so here's a question to Dr. Geller. So if I may speak. So you were saying that taking action based on allegations or rumors is in violation of policy. The question is not taking action, or in a sense, not appointing well, anyone to this position until um, until there is a clear picture, like a more clear picture. And sorry, Naomi, I did not raise my hand because I don't have the functionality, so I'm sorry for that. So like, would not doing anything, or in a sense being neutral, violate any policy until there is a more clear, like a clearer picture of what's happening under the allegation?
So, the best way I can respond is to say that you cannot take an action that's retaliatory or discriminatory. You can vote when Naomi calls for the vote. If you believe that he can't be successful in the role for any reason that is not discriminatory or retaliatory, you can vote no. If you believe he can, you can vote yes. And if you believe you don't have enough information to assess him as a candidate, then you should abstain.
Okay, thank you.
Would any other council member like to speak? I see Promise's hand. Go ahead, Promise.
Hi, I just wanted to take a quick moment also just to affirm any survivors that may be here and listening to this, that like you are believed and like that we see you and that we hear you. I think that's something first and foremost that we need to do. I also think that a lot of council members were not aware of these allegations. And I think because of that, and because of how late it is at night, that we should table this decision um, and allow ourselves another meeting to be able to thoroughly go through this. And in that interim period, also, I guess, educate ourselves as much as possible to be able to make the best possible decision.
Thank you, Promise. I agree, and we can table this until, unfortunately, next week. As y'all know, we are going to have to call a special meeting for appointments anyways. Okay. So yeah, we will just move on. We'll table that till next week. We'll move on to the Finance Committee Chair. And I will let my appointments director, Lalo, former Gen Rep 1, kind of take this away and talk to us a little bit about David, who will then give a 1-minute introduction and then followed by a 15-minute Q&A from council. Remember, the Q&A can be less than 15 minutes. By all means, if y'all feel comfortable, it can be less. So Lalo.
Hey y'all, hope y'all are doing as well as you can in the current situation. I know it's been a long meeting, so thank you for really sticking through it. And I'm always like, I just want to mention, like, feel free to like take a step back at whatever point you need during this meeting, because I know it can be really heavy and it has been really heavy. That being said, I do want to talk about David real quick. So as y'all know, David is currently the Finance Committee Chair. After the previous FICOM Chair Nadia graduated a quarter early. Last year's council did appoint David as chair. And so then he reapplied to be chair, and in his interview and his application, he really had like great ideas in terms of like how to like improve on the work he's already been doing in the finance committee, and really had like innovative ideas on how to engage with students and maybe haven't applied to funding in the past, and as well as like how to encourage students to even like better the programs that they are like applying for programs for, such as like I know you mentioned the interview I had with him, really encouraging students that like are buying utensils and things like that for like programs to like buy like sustainable materials for their programs. So that's just like one of the things I wanted to mention. I think really stood out to me. And yeah, I think he will continue being a great finance committee chair. Yeah, Naomi, I don't know if you want anything. If not, then I think we can go on to David.
I'll let David give his 1-minute introduction, and then we'll go into Q&A. Council members, if you start to have questions, just use the raise your hand function and I'll call on you. David?
Hey everyone, thank you Lala for that introduction. So my name is David. Committee ever since the start of freshman year. And there's always more to learn. There's a lot to learn about funding and how we can get more funding, how we can increase funding to student orgs. And The experience that I've acquired, I think, makes me a good candidate for this position. And I just want to, be a great finance committee team to hold ourselves accountable and to just, be as fully transparent as possible in the funding that we do provide to all these student organizations. Thank you.
Awesome. So, council members, do y'all have any questions for David? I know I have one, so I'll go first. David, how do you plan to be engaged within council discussions that often very directly affect a lot of the student organizations that you're servicing?
Yeah, thank you, Naomi. So the finance committee has usually been sort of the background. And so I think in terms of council discussions, anything that relates to finance specifically, to funding specifically, I'm definitely more than happy to chime in and to just, say the things that I know. And of course, to always ask questions either from Wong or anyone else that may know the answers that I personally don't have. So in terms of funding, I'm very much open towards discussion. You can always email me. You can always, group me, message me. Anything works. And if anything ever comes up, I usually, I will let everyone know. In terms of funding, especially just like with the transferring contingency funds to the COVID-19 relief funds, I will try to let everyone know in advance. And then as things come up, I will just try to just go through the process and just work things out and just participate to the best of my ability.
Sorry, I muted myself. Does anybody have any other questions? Promise?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, if David, you could reflect on if I'm correct, you were FICOM chair this past year as well, right?
Just this quarter, I was an interim chair.
Okay. If you could just reflect on this past quarter, and the work that you've done, what you've seen work, what you have seen hasn't worked, and how you can, I guess, continue to do better to better serve the broader UCLA community.
Of course. Thank you, Promise. I think this past quarter has been, very special for the Finance Committee, as it has been for everyone. We usually receive, I know tens of applications per week, sometimes 20 to 30 applications, and we all have to grade those applications. And so, throughout the week, we're usually involved with that. This quarter, we did not receive as many applications. And what I realized at the beginning of the quarter was I had some SOL officers reach out to me about students asking for what funding opportunities were available. The Finance Committee does have a Facebook page. We, encourage everyone to follow it, but our Facebook page is kind of small, and we do post on there. And this year, especially, we have a dedicated social media person, and she is doing a great job. One thing that we want to do in the coming months, especially, is once the Finance Committee is sort of up and running, once appointments are made and things like that, what we want to do is we want to have little bios about ourselves, just get our names out there. And in doing so, the social media person in the Finance Committee has also, expressed interest in making an Instagram so that we can post, some of the workshops, so that we can just increase our reach overall, because the contingency fund is a large fund, and it is for organizations. We want students to have events, when they can have events, and we want students to hold online workshops. We want students to be able to access these funds. And one way to do that is through social media, given that everything is online these days, especially now. And so I think one thing within the coming weeks is focusing on building our platform so that students know that they have more funding available to them. And though funding is limited, given just the nature of not having in-person events, we still want to fund, workshops, online workshops, and just anything of the sort that students are thinking of having. And then also, any funds that do not go used in the time being, I am definitely more than open, and so was the vice chair and everyone else in the finance committee. I have discussions with them all the time, or I try to. I always text them about things before I do things so that they know where the office is going, what the office is using the funds for. And we talk about, when these funds are not being used for events, we of course want to use them for other initiatives, like Books for Bruins, like the COVID-19 Relief Fund, or any other funds that come along the way. These are student fees, so we want to make them, we want to utilize them to the best of our ability.
You, David. Does anybody else have any questions? Sachi?
Yeah, thank you so much for answering our questions. I think that all of us saw this last year in the election cycle and just in general that the student body at large is concerned with the issue of finances as it pertains to USAC. And as FICOM chair, how would you address these issues that the student body is bringing up, and what measures will you take to ensure that the student body knows that their money, for instance, is going back to student orgs as FICOM proceeds over?
Yeah, thank you, Sachi. So this year, one thing that we've done is move everything online. So in terms of, if a student, organization were to come to us about funding, if they wanted to know why they did not receive as much funding as they could have, correct me if I'm is this kind of where you wanted the question to go?
Um, I think, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about online as well, because I think on an accessibility standpoint that's important, but also just um, in general, I guess, ensuring the student body as a USAC appointee that their student fees are going towards things such as the programs that FICOM funds. I think that, this is a broader issue that as council we all want to address, but within your unique role as FICOM chair, and distributing these funds to student organizations, how will you kind of utilize that role to ensure that students are informed of where their money is going?
Yes, of course. Okay, thank you for clarifying. So one thing that we do is we send our matrix every week. We call it a matrix. It's just all the orgs that have applied and then what they have applied for, the amount that we allocate, that is open to anyone and everyone who wants to view it. And then students that have specific questions about why we're funding certain things and not others, in our application, we require all students to submit documentation, cost documentation for what it is that they're applying for. So then what we want to do is we want to look at what it is that they apply for. We also look at just the nature of the event, the scope of the event, how big it is. There are just a variety of factors. And then a general principle is everything that can be funded for is funded for. And everything that is within our guidelines that can be funded for is funded for. And if students, if they ever wanted to see what the money was going towards specifically, each application has that cost documentation for which we issue the funding. And if it just so happens that an organization, say, wanted to, apply for something that they did not have in the cost documentation, then we would not provide them funding for it, so that they wouldn't be there wouldn't be student fees going towards things that we are unsure of, because we don't want student fees going towards, if someone says they want to buy food for an event, but then they switch but then really what they want is they just want like t-shirts, they have to apply for t-shirts separately. I don't know if that kind of makes sense, but we just want them to be able to distinguish each cost. So we have these cost documentations, we look over the cost documentations, and then we ensure that everything that we allocate money for is accounted in these documentations.
Sachi, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Does any other council member have questions? If not, Emily, would you like to give ARC's formal recommendation?
Yes, ARC gave a positive recommendation.
Usually they say if it was like there was a vote.
Sorry. Yes, we voted 3-0 to 0.
Awesome, thank you. So I'll open it up for discussion, but at any one point, a council member can make a motion or say that they're going to make a motion, and we can move on into a vote. So does anybody want to say anything in regards to David? Kind of discuss, could be whatever. If not, y'all can motion to approve David. And when you do, you have to say his full name.
David, how do you pronounce your last name?
Minasian.
Minasian.
Yeah.
I motion to wait. Is it appoint? Is that the proper verbiage? Okay. I motion to appoint David Minasian as finance committee chair.
Second.
Cool. Promise motions, Aiden seconds. We'll go into roll call vote. IVP?
Yes.
EVP?
Yes.
Gen Rep 1?
Yes.
Gen Rep 2?
Yes.
Gen Rep 3?
Yes.
AAC?
Yes.
CEC?
Yes.
CAC?
Yes.
CSC?
Yes.
FAC?
Yes.
FSC?
Yes.
SWC?
Yes.
TSR?
Yes.
Cool. ISR?
Yes.
Yay. Oh, Barker, you sound tired. Okay, by a vote of 14-0 to 0, the motion passes and David Minasian is approved to be the next Finance Committee Chair. Awesome. Congratulations, David.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, can someone also add him to the GroupMe too? The council GroupMe, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll add him right now.
Cool. Okay, so we'll move right into the Budget Review Director. And I'll also let Lalo talk about Kayla as well.
Okay, hey y'all. So Kayla is the current assistant budget review director. In her interview, she's a first year, so like she's still relatively new, but she did have a lot of great like ideas in terms of like how to improve the budget review committee. I know one thing she mentioned was talking about like making sure that because as y'all like as council members do like sit on budget review committee, like making sure that y'all kind of know what is y'all's role on the budget review committee and like making sure that y'all are like well prepared for when hearings are coming up and all that. And overall, I think she really had some solid ideas on like how to improve. I did ask like if she like envisioned like wanting to like stay on past like just a 1 year term, because she is gonna be a second year next year, and she did mention wanting to potentially do that. Obviously, like that's up to like subsequent councils to decide. She did mention wanting to do that, and I think that is very powerful because I think it'd be able to potentially like transform the budget review committee and really like allow for there to be a lot of growth within there. So with that, I will hand it off to Naomi if you want to say anything, and if not, to Kayla, who I believe is still here.
Yeah, I think Kayla is here. But I'll just let Kayla go on and introduce herself to council.
Hey, hello. I don't know if it would be easier to see my face or not. Sorry, I'm kind of, it was a long meeting, but I'm still here. So hello everyone, nice to meet all of you. My name is Kayla. So yes, I am currently a first year pre-microbiome major. So yeah, I worked as assistant budget review director for this current year, last year, whatever. And I was really fortunate to be given that opportunity because as a first year, I was still looking to find the kind of spaces I felt like I could make the most impact. And I think that of all the things I did, at UCLA during my first year, working as assistant budget review director and working for USAC in that role and in the budget review committee was the way that I felt I helped the most and made the most impact on the Bruin community at UCLA, even in whatever way that I could assist the current budget review director. I really loved working in that role because I got to see more of the kinds of organizations on UCLA campus and what they're passionate about, and seeing, you know, all these student leaders working really hard to put on events that highlight the diversity of our campus and that provide educational benefit. And so, yeah, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to introduce myself.
Awesome. So we'll just move into a 15-minute or less Q&A session with council. Does anybody have any questions for Kayla?
I'll be time checking, by the way.
I think just similar to what I asked David, if you could just like reflect on your time in budget review this past year and seeing what has worked, what hasn't, and how what you want to change, and like I guess giving specifics, tangible things that you would want to change and why.
Okay, thank you for that question, Promise. One thing that I did notice when we conduct budget proposal hearings is that sometimes there are organizations that are not absolutely clear on our guidelines. Sometimes, you know, our proposals can last very long into the night, and, you know, these students take times out of their day to come, and sometimes we can't fund their events at all, which I think is a, you know, a really unfortunate thing, but just by our guidelines. I think that what I would really want to do is to maybe find different ways to clarify these guidelines, make them more prominent or make them more accessible to find them and read up on them for these student leaders. And one thing that I've considered maybe possibly implementing is for those who applied for our programming fund to maybe start emailing and sending out maybe some kind of way to receive feedback, because I don't think that I've been exposed to any kinds of feedback from students and student leaders about our application process. I really would want to figure out and pinpoint what areas of our application process, the hearing process, you know, might be difficult for them, where they might struggle with, or maybe what's confusing for them, because, you know, in the end, the fund really is to support them and their events and what they want to promote and do for our community. So maybe implementing some kind of feedback system for those who apply to pinpoint what organizations are struggling with. Is probably one thing that I would want to do, just to save, you know, the time for those who maybe applied and didn't end up getting any funding.
You're muted again. Does anybody else have any questions? I kind of just had one. How will you go about informing organizations or helping organizations seek other resources, given that a lot of these organizations that are applying to BOD are often applying for really large amounts of funds? And I sat on the budget review committee last year, and when I found out like how much we're actually able to give them, it's quite sad. We're really restrained. How do you go about expressing that and helping organizations with that?
Well, from my own experiences, I think that it's also a really important part of the hearing process to let them be aware of the other funds that are available on campus. I know I still have to do a lot of learning on that part as well, going into USAC perhaps. But I think that, you know, really letting them know, if they weren't already aware of all the different kinds of resources that they can, because it's true, the programming fund at max probably can only give about 30% of their requested allocation. So I think that would probably be one of the things that I would try to implement in hearings, and make that probably mandatory, to let them know and let them be aware that there are other resources out there other than the programming fund that they can access.
Jonathan?
Yes. Hi. Hello. I just wanted to ask, what does equity in funding mean to you?
Yes. So, I mean, just in general, I really, I think that equality is definitely not the same as equity. Equality, just in general terms, would be, giving equal amounts of resources to these organizations, or just in general, where equity, in how I think of it, I'm sorry, equity, how I view it, is to make sure that to consider, maybe like where organizations or people have been disadvantaged and making sure they're brought up more than those who maybe have been dealt better cards or better hands. So in terms of allocations, one thing that we do consider when in our hearings is how the other funds that they apply to, how many other funds they apply to, and making sure that based on that we make a fair estimation. We also consider, how reasonable their requests are. For instance, if they are requesting for tens of thousands, of amount of funding, but they're only expecting 10 people to show up to their event, of course, we have to consider those kinds of things as well. All the things that, not just I, but other committee members, figure out and consider as we determine our allocations and score their hearings. And yeah, so that's a lot of what goes into determining our allocations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Problem.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, Kayla. If no one else has any other questions for Kayla, Emily, we would love to hear ARC's formal recommendation.
Hey, yes. So ARC voted 3-0 positive recommendation for Kayla.
Awesome. The last thing I will say is I think this is definitely crucial. I think those of us that ran really contested campaigns, and even those of us that didn't, really got to sit with a lot of the mother organizations and understand their concerns. And a lot of us work within the MO space and within these spaces that apply for funding. My only thing is I would definitely want Kayla to be really aware of what these organizations are asking for this year, especially when we think of culture nights that, for example, Royce is $40,000 in order to rent, and that's for one night or 2 nights. We definitely have to start thinking about what more can we do for these marginalized communities and these underrepresented communities. So that's my only recommendation. Does any other council member have anything else to say? If not, a motion.
Kayla, how do you say your last name?
It's Rafanan.
Rafanan. I motion to appoint Kayla Rafanan to Budget Review Director.
I second.
Oh. Promise motions, Noe seconds. So we'll go right into a vote. IVP?
Yes.
EVP?
Yes.
Gen Rep 1?
Yes.
Gen Rep 2?
Yes.
Gen Rep 3?
Yes.
AEC?
Yes.
CEC?
Yes.
CAC?
Yes.
CSC?
Yes.
FAC?
Yes.
FSC?
Yes.
SWC?
Yes.
TSR?
Yes.
ISR?
Yes.
Awesome. By a vote of 14-0, the motion passes, and Kayla Rafanan is approved as your next budget review director. Congratulations, Kayla.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We're excited to work with you this year.
Likewise.
Yay. Awesome. So we'll move right into our next set of appointments. Our last appointments are going to be ASUCLA Board of Directors. We have 2 appointments under this action item, but we'll be doing them separately, of course. We'll start with Zaina Fawcett. Zaina. Hi, Zaina. Lalo, I'll let you same thing you've been doing.
Yeah. All right, hey everyone. So Zaina applied to BOD, and in her interview and into her application process, she had a lot of really innovative ideas on how to use the board of director space to really advocate for marginalized communities and really like uplift and support the work that has already been going on in regards to like what marginalized communities have been doing on campus. Specifically, she talked about really like furthering and trying to advance the work that Cub was going to do for this upcoming year, and really like trying to implement those initiatives through like however methods that she could and the board of directors. And yeah, we thought that she really was a great choice for the board of directors, and that's why we decided to move forward with her. Um, yeah, and last thing I want to mention before we get into like both Zaina and Arsh for board of directors, is this is a 2-year appointment. So both Zaina and Arsh should be appointed would be appointed for 2 years. So just something I wanted to mention for folks. Yeah. So Zainab, feel free to take it away, or Naomi, if you want to add anything.
I'll kind of let Zaina introduce herself, and then we can go right into the 15-minute Q&A.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Zaina. I'm a second-year African American Studies major, minor in Public Affairs. This past year, I was co-director of Internal Public Relations within ASU. And then I was also on the Academic Affairs Commission as co-director of Access and Equity. And within that, we worked towards dismantling the SAT, and we tried to come with a response paper and a research paper. And it was beautiful because they came out this year because of COVID, they suspended the SAT. So that was really nice to hear. Yeah.
Awesome. So if any council members have any questions, please feel free to raise your hands and we'll get started. Aiden, it's only right. You were BOD appointment for 2 years, so let's hear it.
Well, hi there, and congratulations on your nomination. As Naomi said, the board holds a very special place in my heart because it's where I served for 2 years, and it's going to be a life-changing experience. It really will be. So one of the things that I firmly believe in, and you'll very much believe it too once you're on the board, is the firm power of the student majority and the fact that students really do lead ASU CLA as an organization. So with that in mind, what would you like to improve about ASU CLA? If there's a pet project or something that you really want to focus on during your time in 2 years, I'd love to hear about it because you'll really get the chance to see it through.
Okay, so starting off with your first question, I completely agree. I think the student majority runs everything because, again, ASUCLA is a place to serve the students. Something that I personally really want to work on is creating more spaces for students to feel comfortable, a majority for marginalized communities, but then these spaces will also be open to everybody, whether they want to educate themselves on different issues, or whether they just want to go into different spaces to meditate, to study. That's something I really want to work on. And that also ties in with the Cub referendum, which I know most of you guys all know about it, where we're creating a meditation space, the Black Resource Center. So I think that's probably one of my main focuses. But again, the majority of students, all students can go to these spaces, so which I think will benefit everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Justin?
Hey, how you doing? I'm Justin, the Gen Rep 2. I think I wanted to ask, again, I'm not actually, I haven't worked a ton within or with the ASUCLA Board of Directors. So I'm not sure your actual, what your powers will be in the position, but I'm wondering what your opinions are on how student workers, specifically student workers working at ASUCLA, can be given more of a voice and can advocate, within the system. So it can either be if there's something that I don't, that the board has power on, voice that and how you'll act accordingly. But if you're not aware of that, just give opinions on what you see, how student workers should be able to advocate for themselves.
I've heard something specifically, but this goes around with what's going on with COVID-19. I think student workers should be able to voice their opinions, and I'm hoping that I can be an advocate and I can be a liaison between them and the board. I know right now there's a thing for PPE, which is like personal protection equipment for student workers. I mean, I know personally if that becomes an issue, I will make sure to voice my concerns on that because that's just been a really big talk on making sure everything is sanitized and that students are safe if they're willing to go to work. But in general, again, I just really hope to be a liaison in that I'm not an ASUCLA worker personally, so I'm not sure like within the nitty gritty details of it all. But I would love to find out. I'm open to discussion with any workers who are willing to talk to me and tell me about their experiences, and hopefully that I can express those concerns and do something about it.
Thank you.
So next we have Zuleika, and then I'll just put myself in the queue. Aiden, did you have another question?
Oh no, did I forget to lower my hand? Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure I don't always keep up. Zuleika, and then we'll go me.
Hi, Zaina. I wanted to ask you, what is your general understanding of ASUCLA and what role would you play in it?
My general understanding of ASUCLA is that it's a business, one, so they're in charge of the spaces that are created, the resources that are given. I know they're in charge of Ackerman, and like they allocate a lot of money that goes into the campus. And my role in it is I want to make sure that students get the funding that they deserve for certain resources. I want to make sure that their student fees go towards things that all students can access and all students have access to. And yeah, so like I just want to be, my goal is just to be a liaison between the students and the board to make sure that money is allocated fairly for students to have access to all the resources on campus.
Thank you. My question is, how do you plan to work with, the appointments from last year that currently sit on the board of directors?
Am I still on mute? Yeah, okay. So hopefully I'm hoping to hear more about what they're working for and like what their initiatives, and hopefully I can help them push those forward and work with them and discuss different students. I'm also hoping for insight and advice on how they learn to navigate the board, because again, this is a space that I'm going to be new to. Like I've been in USAC spaces, but I feel like ASUCLA board is going to be a little different. So I'm hoping for insight. I'm hoping to help them as well as for them to help me with what I'm pushing for and what I can do to make sure that I'm being a proper advocate for students and I'm voicing my opinions properly and that it's just transparency all around.
Awesome. And then I had one more follow-up question. What are going to be your time commitments next year, and how will you make sure to prioritize board of directors?
As of right now, my time commitment, I just work 2 jobs. So one of my jobs, I work within athletics at UCLA and like travel. Again, I make my own hours for that job and it's a minimum of 10 hours a week. And then I also work in the Black Resource Center, which I also make my own hours for that. And I'm able to do my homework during that job, which makes it a lot easier. So far, those are the 2 like set in stone time commitments that I have. And within this position, I've got a lot of time to that. I know recently I've gotten a lot better at time management. So I know like as long as I write it down and I have it just like in my calendar, I'll make sure to get it done. And it's just I've just gotten a lot better on how I just maneuver throughout my days.
Zuleika, I see your hand up again.
Yeah. I had one last question on my part. I wanted to hear from you. How would you maintain communication with USAC and how would you maintain communication with USAC and hold yourself accountable and be transparent?
By maintaining my relationships with USAC, I'd be open to having a group meet or a group chat. My number, my Instagram, my email is always available. So if anybody has any questions or opinions that they'd like me to relay to the board, I'm more than welcome to do that. Transparency wise, I think that a meeting once a month or whenever is feasible for everybody, if they want to know what's going on the board and they want to just have an open discussion about like USAC and the board, or if possible, being able to attend each other's meetings, just hold each other accountable and to be completely transparent about what's going on. And it's all about open communication.
Thank you, Zaina. So I have one more question and then I'll go Breeze and Noe. My question is, how do you plan to make yourself a lot more available to the student body, given that the student body doesn't always really know about what ASUCLA Board of Directors is doing. And that was one thing that the current Board of Directors representatives said that they hope to improve this year.
Well, now I think utilizing social media would be like really good because that's just a really good platform to start with. Just to like relay messages, making sure like I stay active in the group me's, and I make sure like I make it a point where it's like if students have concerns that they know they can relay it to me because I know that's something that like I didn't really know either in the beginning of my time here. I mean, my first year at UCLA. Also, I think you don't hear about ASUCLA at the board at all throughout campus, just in general. So I think maybe if like we're able to put more like posters up or like what are those like boards called? Like flyers. If we can just have like more flyers around campus, like talking about the position, talking about what they do, a graphic. I think those would be really beneficial because it'll be more it would be easier for students to receive these things and see these things, and it'll just kind of be in their face.
Thank you. Breeze?
Hi, Dana. Hold on, let me get my video. So I know you, but how do you plan to this year utilize like time management to like effectively relay your position, especially given the fact that there's a strong chance that fall quarter will be online and I guess communicating with everyone and keeping yourself accountable.
I'm really big on structure, so I had to learn to like not have structure being at home a lot of the time. So I have like a checklist of things that I have to do every single day, starting from like the minute that I wake up to like right before I go to sleep. So I start with like my morning meditation and I end with my night meditation and whatever falls in between. And so I like make sure that I have to finish that checklist every single day. So that's been really good at time management. And if there's like specific times I need to do something, I just put the time right next to it because it's the first thing I check every time I walk into my room. I'm a fiend for Google Calendar. And so I mark everything and have it alert me 10 minutes before. And so those are two things that have really helped with time management. But it's mainly just following a routine. That's something that I've become fond of.
Thank you.
Awesome. Noe?
Yeah, so my question is, how will you be able to set aside your own personal experiences, communities, and priorities during your tenure as in board of directors?
It's honestly just all about listening and like just hearing other people's perspectives. That's something that I think is really important just to make sure my personal feelings don't get involved. It's just hearing people out, trying to get an understanding of their perspective and where they're coming from, even if I don't necessarily agree with it. And it's like everybody has different opinions. Everybody feels and sees things differently. And it's just acknowledging that and making sure I know that whenever I have a discussion or a conversation about something.
Awesome. Does anybody else have any other questions? Breeze, is your hand still up? Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Justin?
Yeah, lastly, I wanted to know, what is your understanding, if possible, of the relationship the students have to ASUCLA, like you said, as a company, as a business, and specifically kind of the UCLA store and kind of what products we sell, and the merchandise that has like the UCLA name on it. And I don't know, I know there are roles in the board of directors, or there's the ability to kind of be an advocate for sustainability and fair labor practices within like apparel and clothing, and within other products. I am wondering if you have any knowledge about that, or if you are open to like talking about it in the future.
In regards to the labor, honestly, I'm not completely aware of what goes into it. With the student relationship to ASUCLA, again, as a student for me, I didn't know much about ASUCLA. I thought that was just what the school kind of runs under in the main form. And I think a lot of students also feel that way. They think ASUCLA is just the store. and just Ackerman in general. And I don't think they know what details actually go into it. But I am open to learning more about the store and like how like the labor of the clothing and what goes into that. I'm open to learning about that, sitting down with somebody and talking about that. But I do think ASUCLA needs to spread more to the students because I think students are extremely unaware of what exactly they do and how beneficial it is to students sometimes.
Thank you.
Hey, if I could ask one last question. I think my question is, Zaina, what do you think your most important role would be on the board of directors? What of your job responsibilities do you find to be the most important one?
I'm really big on student voices and student advocacy, but like for all students in general, I think a lot of the time student voices are neglected in spaces. And I think my thing for me, the most important part of the position is making sure that student voices are heard, whether it is they want new spaces, they aren't feeling right about something, student fees. Like I just think I need to be the liaison for students in ASUCLA. I think that's an extremely important role. And making sure students know what exactly goes into ASUCLA and the board of directors, and just educating them on that and how they can use it as a resource. I think those are two probably the most important roles for me.
Awesome. Does anybody else have any questions before? Oh, I see Zuleika.
Sorry, last question.
You're good.
I do have a question since I am a transfer. I'm wondering your thoughts and if we can count on you as an ally to make these appointments more accessible to transfers, given that they are 2-year appointments and transfers are only here for 2 years. So I would like to hear your thoughts and if we can count on you as an ally.
Yes, you can 100% count on me as an ally. I'm open to hearing transfer concerns, of course. Again, like I have an open door policy. They can always reach me through phone, email, Instagram, whichever platform they have of mine. I'm also open to going to the transfer center and getting more knowledge on what it's like to be a transfer student and like some of like the struggles that you go through and like the resources that you're not allocated properly. So I'd love to learn more about it and just be educated on it. And again, I'm opening to hearing all opinions, everything that is needed, and I'm hoping that I can help in any way possible.
Okay. I have two questions. I totally forgot I'm supposed to ask. Are you available for the mandatory Zoom retreat on June 24th and June 25th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.?
I am.
Okay, great. And then I know Roy also has a question too. Roy, I saw you put your hand down, but if you would like to speak.
I was just wanting to ask that question about the board retreat, and happily the answer is yes, because it's really important to sort of get one's bearings on the organization because it's big, so you can hit the ground running. So thank you for asking. That was my only question.
And then my last question is, what are your feelings towards the referendum or the Cub referendum not passing this past year?
Honestly, it was really sad to hear that the Cub referendum wasn't passing. I heard a lot of concerns about it and how people thought that like they're paying for a space that they wouldn't be able to use. And I don't think people understood that this space isn't just for those specific communities. Like anybody can utilize it. It's just a space for them to feel safe, to feel comfortable. Like just like the Black Resource Center is a space for Black Burns to go to feel comfortable. It's just they can use for programming. But it's not segregated to just Black students. And I think people didn't understand that. But it was sad to hear. I worked really hard to try to pass that referendum.
Thank you. And then I had one last follow-up. I know, Emily, you're past time, but I definitely want to ask this question. How will you go about addressing student concerns that ASUCLA is mismanaging their fees?
Can you repeat that question? Sorry, it cut out.
Yeah. How will you go about ensuring that or addressing student concerns that ASUCLA is mismanaging their fees, or that they're being used for reasons that don't benefit the student body or something?
I would try to figure out if I can find or create a breakdown of all student fees, but be specific to what it goes to and how it helps students. I think a lot of students don't know half of the student fees that they pay. And I think just to educate students on what their student fees pay and how they can utilize it and how it benefits them. Because when you don't give students a how or a why they're paying for it, I think it's more like, okay, well, this doesn't do anything to me, but they don't know how to use it and they don't know how it benefits them.
Okay, if no one else has any other questions, we'll go right into ARC's formal recommendation.
Hi, I'm here to give our recommendation, but also a qualification for that. We had voted 0 to 3 to 0 for no recommendation. However, we were impressed by your interview answers in this council interview. And so now we believe that you will be able to grow and learn in this position. So that's what I wanted to say.
Awesome. So what we'll do right now is have a discussion regarding disappointment, and then at any one point, anyone can decide to make a motion. So we'll allot about 15 minutes for this, and we'll just have a council discussion. ARC, if you want to go into maybe, I know you already discussed it, but maybe how you feel now, especially since y'all sat within the interviews and probably had a much more thorough interview than us. I'm also seeing Naomi, it's almost 12. I know, and y'all are gonna hear it's 12 o'clock in a minute. I'm sorry. I will try to definitely like speed this along, but these appointments do need to happen soon.
It's 12 o'clock.
I'm sorry. Emily?
Can I speak? Yeah, I wanted to say, Zaina, I wasn't there for your interview with ARC, and so I would defer to them to explain their decision during the vote, but I was impressed by Zaina's performance during this council interview. I think that she has an enthusiasm for the position and that she has a good attitude and is willing to learn. And I think emphasizing communication with the student body is important.
No way.
Hi, yeah. So, speaking on from our interview originally, what we had decided from the original answers in our interviews is that Zaina did not go into detail on plans on how to promote transparency or accountability within her position. We also didn't see really much of a specificity on how she would be setting aside her biases, how she would be ensuring equitable decisions. But during this interview, we did see Dana, you built more upon these ideas than what we saw in the interview, and so that's why we believe that in this interview, you did speak more about your goals and ideas as well as like passions for this upcoming school year. That is something we didn't see in the original interview.
Zuleika?
Yeah, I want to reiterate what Noah said. During the interview, the answers were a little short. And what we tried to do to supplement, just to get a little bit more information out of Zaina, we just supplemented with like follow-up questions just to get to know more about like her experience and her knowledge of ASUCLA, because ASUCLA is really important, which is why, Zaina, you kind of heard a lot of us kind of reiterating some of the same questions because you expanded more, and I really like that, and I really admire your passion for the position and your passion to build community among other populations within UCLA. I really would love to work with you pertaining to transfers and how we can build that communication, because transfers aren't really connected with ASUCLA, and I would love to see that connection and that relationship build.
Awesome. And then I'll also say something too. So remember, this is also a council discussion too. So for council members to engage with one another. Oh, promise?
Yeah, I was just gonna say because I voted in place of Naomi, and I guess just like reaffirm what Zuleika and Noe were saying during the interview. We did. It was uh, hard for us to come to with a positive recommendation because we felt like we didn't have enough information um, from Zaina to be able to do that in good confidence. But I'm really glad that in this interview that you were able to elaborate more. And I think that was kind of just like what we needed during our ARC interview. But I completely understand like the times you're a Black woman and we are existing in such really, really tough times. Um, so I completely understand like that is a factor as well. So I'm really glad that you were able to elaborate more because we were so sad during like deliberation when we felt like we could not in good faith like give you this positive recommendation um, based on our interview with you. But having more information now and being able to have probed you a lot more during this and being able to get more information from you, I think like now in good we can in good faith like give you, or I guess like after the fact like say like I think that you would be a great asset to BOD. Um, and yeah, so just know that the no recommendation is not any way fully like it was just I think we had to um, make sure that we were doing things in complete good faith. So yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to also say too, I don't think I would be doing my job as a fellow Black woman if I didn't also really advocate in this moment or kind of point y'all to what's going on in the present moment. I do think that we asked a lot from our appointments this weekend, especially Zaina being one of the only Black appointments that has come forth. And I really want to commend her for even being out right now at 12 a.m. And answering our questions and having the capacity to listen to everything that we listen to and still get on the call and answer these questions. And in no way does that take away from everything that she will have to do this upcoming year. But I also want to say that I appointed Zaina because I've seen her work and I've seen her passion for the community. And I don't think that that should negatively discount her from what she can do for the entire UCLA community. It's just like we've always said, a Black Resource Center is not just for Black students. It doesn't just benefit Black students, it benefits all students because we all benefit from equity. So definitely am excited for Zaina to learn more about this position. I think even the appointments that we made last year had a lot to learn about BOD, as do all people. BOD is a business. It runs, or ASUCLA is a business. It runs very differently. It has so many tenants under it. As you all know, we're one of those tenants that are under it. So yeah, just wanted to say that. Does anybody else have any other comments? If not, a motion would be really beautiful right now at 12:06 a.m.
Dana, how do you pronounce your last name?
I was on mute. Fawcett.
I would like to motion that for the appointment of Zaina Fawcett to the ASUCLA Board of Directors for the next 2 years.
I second the motion.
Cool. Aiden motions and Noe seconds. We'll go right into a vote. IVP?
Yes.
EVP?
Yes.
Gen Rep 1?
Yes.
Gen Rep 2?
Yes.
Gen Rep 3?
Yes.
AAC?
Yes.
CEC?
Yes.
CAC?
Yes.
CSC?
Yes.
FAC?
Yes.
FSC?
Yes.
SWC?
Yes.
TSR?
Yes.
ISR?
I think Bakor's internet went out, but he said he voted yes in RPG.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I said yes.
Okay, awesome. Great. By a vote of 14 to 0, the motion passes, and Zaina Fawcett is approved to be to serve on ASU CLA Board of Directors. Congratulations, Zaina.
Thank you, guys.
Cool. So we'll move on right into our last appointment for the night. I would also love if we can keep this one short too. We have Arsh Gupta next. Sorry. And Arsh, or Lalo, if you would like to introduce Arsh.
Yeah. So real quick on Arsh. Arsh had a very at least I think I speak for myself. Like he had a very thorough and impressive interview and application. I think he really laid out really well, like what he wanted to do as like a member of the board of directors. He really showed a great understanding of ASUCLA being the ASUC board of directors being both a business, like a space for business, and also a space to advocate for students. Um, One thing I do want to mention is like in his application, he had like even like specific platforms, kind of like when like you all ran like as candidates for like USAC, which I think was really cool because it's like like it really showed how dedicated he was to wanting to get the position. And I think he really has shown like a great passion for it. He mentioned like doing research for like this position starting up in like fall quarter, like in the fall quarter, beginning of winter quarter. So I think he's really. I'll let him speak for himself, obviously, on like what like he wants to do. But I think something that stood out for me was just like how passionate he was about the position, and like I know he'll be able to do good work within this position. So with that, feel free to take it away, Arsh.
Thank you so much, Lalo. A very good evening to council members, admin reps, and members of the public. My name is Arsh, pronouns he, him. I'm a sophomore and here as your appointment to the ASU CLA Board of Directors. I've been asked a fair amount of times, what does USAC do or why I choose to be a part of OCHCR and USAC? As student leaders, we hardly get into these spaces for the sole purpose of gaining anything out of it. For me, it was to have a stake, not for myself, but for everyone included in the system of shared governance. Make myself accessible to those who haven't had the privilege to be represented within ASUCLA or USAC, or simply because they are unaware about how to go about it. Because if the people that I had the privilege of working with in my past 2 years hadn't done that for me, I probably wouldn't even be here right now interviewing in front of you all. In the words of our president, we're diving headfirst into a storm. And now more than ever, not only ASUCLA, but the 30,000 undergraduates need individuals who can navigate the chaos and lead us into the calm. We don't know what that will look like, but I do know it's going to be something worth fighting for. It will be my honor to do that alongside the council, and I'm willing to bet it's going to be one heck of a chapter we end up writing. I yield the rest of my time and greatly look forward to answering any questions the council has about me or my experience.
Cool. So do we have any questions?
No, sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask. Well, first off, I really respect the work you've done, Arsh. I've gotten the honor and privilege to work with you personally. So I really, even before I'm saying this, I really do trust that you will be able to do a great job in this role. But just out of curiosity, honestly, and actually, like I should probably know, what are the platforms you ran on? And because I didn't look at your application or anything like that. So I'm curious.
Definitely. Thank you so much for your question, Justin. So after giving it a tremendous amount of thought, there were 4 specific things that kind of came up to the surface that I personally would like to leverage and accomplish in my 2 years. I'd like to make a brief mention of all of them. First, increasing accessibility accommodations and ADA compliance within ASU CLA facilities. As you all know, Kirkhoff Hall and Ackerman Union are ASU CLA facilities, but they're actually owned by UCLA and the state. Based on a charter that was established between ASUCLA and UCLA, both those entities were supposed to share the financial burden related to ADA compliance. But in the past years, actually, since ASUCLA started, that is 1919, it is ASUCLA that has been incurring the entire financial burden for maintenance and accessibility accommodations. That does not really bode well for our finances because it is a nonprofit and we reinvest all our profits into student development. So by serving on the finances standing committee, which is one of the 5 standing committees affiliated with the board of directors, I shall seek to address this issue and bring that topic to conversation. Secondly, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and it goes without saying that the next appointments to the board of directors have a tremendous responsibility to ensure that they are able to preserve the board's autonomy as a student independent entity, and not as the legal and financially mandated fiduciaries. That being said, given that 90% of the association's revenue comes from ASUCLA restaurants and the independent bookstore, and as circumstances would have it, these 2 sectors are probably the ones that are going to be the most drastically hit. We need to restructure our finances and reallocate our funds in a manner that ensures that we do not put our student workers at harm, and B, ensures that we are able to sustain ASUCLA's financial viability. So that is something I'd seek to address through specific goals by focusing more on virtual marketing and strengthening and making sure our cross-campus and external collaborations, even those within international entities, do not fall weak. Thirdly, last year on the USA Council, one of the prime topics of discussion was the lack of transparency with the CPO budget, totaling $2.7 billion. With USA being one of the 4 financial entities that comes under ASUCLA, it is ASUCLA's responsibility to safeguard the finances and ensure that everything is completely transparent for all its entities. And as your next undergraduate representative, I seek to provide the council the highest level of transparency and support from my end by being on the board of directors to bring that issue to a close. Lastly, I would also like to make a mention of the cover referendum. I know when making selections for Zaina and I, the cover referendum must have been one of the prime topics that the appointment selection committee had in mind. And I do not view the fact that it did not pass this past elections as a failure, but rather as a setback. And the fact that it is a setback directly places the responsibility upon Zaina, I, and Alexis and Sienna to make sure that it is not only rerun, but rerun with a stronger purpose and a stronger goal so that it passes. And that requires revamping our marketing for the referendum a bit. And I know I've been speaking for a bit too long, so I'm just gonna close it now. And in conclusion, I want to say that for cover referendum, something that I would like to work on in order to make sure that it comes along even stronger than its previous iteration is to foster a greater collaboration between not only you, the council, and the 4 undergrad reps on the board, but between every single person that serves on the ASUCLA board of directors, because it's not just the undergraduate community that's going to benefit from it. CUP seeks to address societal inequities that are deep-rooted within the framework that even the faculty representatives, alumni representatives, and graduate representatives are equally impacted by that. And I foster to promote a greater engagement from the board and have everyone be a more vocal proponent.
Thank you. Aiden?
Thank you, Arsh, and thank you for the great conversations we've had. I know you came into wanting to learn about the role and learn from other board members, and as you were preparing for this, and I'm very appreciative of that. And I know next year you'll have great role models and partners with Alexis and Sienna, who I wanted to shout out because they're still on the line. Even at 12-16, you'll have great partners to work with next year. So I know one of the questions that was asked before, and kind of hits at a thread that I know us at USAC care about is obviously ASUCLA is a lot. It's a student enterprise, it's a business, it's a nonprofit, it's a whole lot of things. So how will you balance kind of student interests and the student voice with some of the business decisions you might need to make? And sometimes where those might conflict, and there will be conflicts. So how will you kind of maintain yourself as a student voice, even serving as a corporate board member?
Thank you for your question, Aidan. It's definitely something that holds the utmost importance and one that I've given quite a lot of thought to. I think first and foremost, as stated by the ASUCLA bylaws, every voting and even a non-voting member of the ASUCLA Board of Directors, serves as the legally mandated financial and fiscal fiduciary of the board. And I believe before I'm an undergraduate representative, before I am any part of my identity, for the purposes of the board, I need to make sure that ASUCLA stands transparent as a non-profit organization in the face of the law, in face of its finances and everything. That being said, managing the wants and the business aspect of ASUCLA is definitely a very thin line. And I think part of that is accomplished by making students aware. I would really like to echo what Zaina said in her interview right before me about taking the active initiative to engage with communities, to let them know of what the board of directors does and how we as the new appointments can voice their concerns as liaisons while at the same time retaining our status as fiduciaries and not having that conflict arise. I think to directly answer your question, it just calls for being cognizant of your role, to not make any promises that one cannot serve, and lastly, being accountable and transparent through all aspects. And accountability and transparency are two interesting words. You can write an entire novel about them. And I think the way I would personally, and this is me committing to the council right now, would ensure that aspect of accountability and transparency is by having myself held accountable to the council, to the appointments review committee, to Naomi, to Lalo, and different entities that have placed their faith in me to appoint me, to make sure that a situation like the one that we're talking about avoiding never arises. I hope that answers your question, and I'm happy to answer any more follow-ups that might arise.
No, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Emily, where are we on time?
There are 6 minutes left. Oh, 6:45.
Does anybody have any other questions? If there's no other questions, we can move into ARC's formal recommendation.
Sorry. ARC voted 300 positive recommendation for ARC.
Awesome. Do you want to talk about why y'all voted that way?
Yeah, sure. Other members of ARC other members of ARC can chime in if y'all want. Sorry y'all. But I think personally I was very impressed by his deep research into the position. Arsh had pulled up to our interview knowing all kinds of bylaws that he's held to, knowing all kinds of transparency stuff. He was like, how can I help you assess my performance? Or something like that. I think we were just all extremely impressed by how well he knew his position, what his duties were. And I think that the passion that he put into the research made me confident that he would put the same passion into the position.
Noé.
Yeah, for me, one thing that really stood out is when we had asked him how he plans to promote transparency and accountability. He really broke down within each channel how he would be held accountable. So he had told us how he'd be held accountable to marginalized communities, to council, to ARC, to Office of the President, to himself. And he really just broke down every single detail of his plan on how he promotes to be transparent and accessible as well to the student body. And so that was something that really stood out with me as well.
Zuleika?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Noah and Emily said. Arch, we were really impressed with the amount of knowledge that you had, the passion that you have, and just the willingness to just keep learning from communities outside of your own. I think that's something that really struck me. But I do want to say one thing, Arch. Do not burn yourself out, because I do see you being someone who can't say no. And I'm telling you right now, it's okay to say no. So that's all I'm gonna say.
I want to second what Zuleika said. I think sometimes we need to say no, especially in this moment. I also wanted to say I've worked very closely, obviously, with Arsh for the past year sitting on council, and I've really got to see his dedication, but also his growth as a leader as well. He's become a lot more connected and rooted within the UCLA community, and it's been a pleasure to watch him be able to grow, and I know he's going to do great things on board. Does anybody else have anything? If not, a motion. Where's my iPad?
Yeah, I think I was just gonna like reaffirm what everyone on ARC has been saying. Arsh, you're great. Like it was very evident that you knew what you were talking about. Like at one point you kind of asked us a question that we didn't even know the answer for. Like you, you like so we were just like, okay, like you know the space, like you understand, like you've not even you understand, like you've taken the time to go above and beyond to like learn this space without even being in it. And I think that alone like shows that you're going to be very dedicated to this work and like getting it done, and you have so many like tangible plans for how you plan to execute these things. So I'd like have no doubt in my mind that you're going to get all this work done. I don't even think you need 2 years, but you have it. So yeah, with that being said, I don't know if anyone else has anything to say, but if not, I'd like to motion. Okay, I would like to motion to.
Wait, sorry, I have to ask the question. Are you available for the Zoom retreat on June 23rd and 24th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.?
I was muted, of course. 100% near me. I will be available.
Okay, great. Sorry, promise. Go ahead.
I motion to appoint Arsh Gupta to ASUCLA Board of Directors.
I second.
Promise motions, Justin seconds. We'll go right into a vote. IVP?
Yes.
EVP?
Yes.
Gen Rep 1?
Yes.
Gen Rep 2?
Yes.
Gen Rep 3?
Yes.
AAC?
Yes.
CEC?
Yes.
CAC?
Yes.
CSC?
Yes.
FAC?
Sorry, yes.
FSC?
Yes.
SWC?
Yes.
TSR?
Yes.
ISR?
Oh, yes.
Awesome. By a vote of 14 to 0, the motion passes, and Arsh Gupta is now appointed to the ASUCLA Board of Directors. Congratulations, Arsh. Looking forward to what you and Zaina, of course, with Alexis and Sienna, will be doing this year on board and for the next 2 years. So thank you all, and thank you, Council, for really bearing with us. It's 12:30. Y'all are amazing, and y'all make this really fun. So thanks for still being able to make each other laugh, even though we're really tired. So we'll just move right on into officer reports. I'm not going to make this really long. I just wanted to update you all and let y'all know that Breeze and I met with the Academic Senate to address ASU's petition and letter that they had wrote to the Academic Senate and CC'd me on. And we were reached out to by the chair of the Academic Senate, and good night, Dr. Geller, spoke with the Senate regarding these concerns. We had requested, they had asked us what they wanted to do. We basically just requested that we wanted to resend the guidelines that they had basically sent in spring, but with a lot more of a sense of urgency with the current moment that we're experiencing. This message is set to go out tomorrow, and we're already, Breeze is working really closely with a lot of different students to collect emails and just what's going on right now, and sending that to whether it be EDI or whether it be the dean of students. We're working very closely to coordinate a lot of that. Unfortunately, I wanted to let y'all know the Senate cannot and will not cancel finals It is against system-wide policy. And we looked into the policy just to, make sure that they weren't trying to, but it is true. This is system-wide policy. We're very deeply disappointed, but are still going to continue to advocate for leniency as best as we can. But yeah, other than that, I also wanted to let y'all know the future planning task force is continuing to convene. I know that we are going to be expecting some kind of notification soon and presentation to the chancellor and the executive vice chancellor. I will let y'all know as soon as that happens, and we'll keep y'all updated within that process too, because I don't want to take a lot of time. But there are lots of conversations that are being had there. And many council members are part of that. So that's it for this week. We'll go into admin reps. Jessica, do you have anything?
No, nothing from me.
Awesome. Roy, if you're still here, do you have anything?
I
don't think
I am, but I don't have anything. Just really pleased with your appointments process. Again, I really look forward to working with your two new great appointees.
Yay, Dr. Geller's sleep. Josh.
Hey folks, yeah, Dr. Geller is asleep. I'm like right behind her. But congratulations to the newly appointed folks. Hey, I did want to let everyone know that when we were talking about legal services, one of the additional resources that we have, if any students are in any financial crisis due to legal expenses, they can always contact ECRT, and there is financial support there as well. So I know that question had come up and we wanted to clarify that as well. But outside that, nothing. I wish you all good luck with finals as we come to the middle of week 10.
Can I ask a quick question, Josh?
Yes, you may, of course.
Are there any updates on the housing situation for next year? No? Okay.
Not at this moment. It will be announced when the chancellor and upper administration, when that future planning task force. But to give you full transparency, we don't, Res Life Housing, we don't know yet until that committee makes that decision.
Okay. And is the timeline still the same as what was discussed last week?
That is my understanding, that the week of June 15th will be the week in which upper administration and the chancellor will make the announcement. Yes.
Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good evening.
Sorry, I wish I had more.
No, you're completely okay.
Yeah, thank you. We all definitely wish we had more answers right now, but we're working diligently to get them. Fernando?
Just a quick one. I updated my phone number on the Slack. It's my cell phone number, so feel free to use that for urgent and non-urgent communication. Yeah. Thank you.
So we have no old business. We'll go right into new business. Sachi, would you like to present the fact bylaw change?
Yeah, hello. I don't know if I need to like share my screen or if you all want to see it.
I can let you share your screen.
Okay, cool.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, let me maximize it. Okay, so essentially, this is like a really quick bylaw change just to make sure that I can actually make these appointments. So basically, in a prior bylaw change made by my predecessor, the fact bylaws were changed to stipend appointments to the Green Initiative Fund. These stipends would come or will come from the Green Initiative Fund themselves. And in the previous language, she had stated that they would receive honorarium payment, and we were informed by Dr. Geller that that's not allowed within the bylaws, so we just changed it to stipended, and that's it.
Cool. Does anyone have any questions? If not, well, I can't really see. Hold on. If not, a motion will suffice.
CRC.
Oh, CRC, sorry.
It's all good. CRC voted 3-0 to approve this bylaw change. It's super easy, simple, and necessary.
Period. Motion, anyone?
A motion to approve the facilities or the FAC bylaw change.
I second.
Promise motions, Bree seconds. We'll do a roll call vote. IVP?
Yes.
EVP?
Yes.
Gen Rep 1?
Yes.
Gen Rep 2?
Yes.
Gen Rep 3?
Yes.
AAC?
Yes.
CEC?
Yes.
CAC?
Yes.
CSC?
Yes.
FAC?
Yes.
FSC?
Yes.
SWC?
Yes.
KSR?
Yes.
ISR? ISR? Have one council member down. It's okay. Awesome. By a vote of 13-0, the motion passes and the FAC bylaw change is approved. Booker actually is leading the next on-campus safety and dining halls discussion item. Booker, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, you are here? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Okay. So for context, I've been contacted by students regarding current situation, specifically with dining halls, um, with like imposed curfew in LA County and issues related to that. Also, some students have contacted me saying that they fear like walking or going basically on the hill and like walking on the hill like they fear like the presence of police and other law enforcement agencies. um so if we're gonna put it in four like I'm gonna put it in four like points. The first one is the long dining hall waiting lines, which like yesterday it was going from Denave to Sproul, um and students had to wait for long times. Second thing is like timely alerts about like operating hours for housing itself. Um, because that information was not relied like in a timely manner. Then alternatives. So basically, with the change in operating times, um, students are like having a hard time securing like meals and food, um not only during like the uh morning hours, but even like after the curfew is imposed. Several students have tried like delivery services, but a lot of them cancel. And so what are the alternatives? um and then finally, um like general safety, like student safety on campus housing and like the presence of law enforcement. um so yeah, those are the points.
Booker, you cut out at the end. Do you mind repeating that last part?
Oh, okay, so the fourth point you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the fourth point was about general student safety on campus housing, um like in the context of the increased law enforcement presence on campus, especially like um most students don't really feel safe right now having police and like other law enforcement agencies going around. So yes.
Cool. Josh, since we have someone from housing here, you want to answer some of these concerns or address them?
Yeah. Sorry, I was on mute. Am I still on mute?
No, we hear you.
Okay, my screen is saying I'm still on mute. Okay, so yes, definitely hear the concerns about dining, and you are accurate. We are in a difficult situation. I will let you know that when the LA County puts a curfew in place, we unfortunately do have to get our dining workers home before curfew goes into place. Today we altered our dining hall hours to make sure that they ended from 4 to 6 p.m. We put adequate notice in making sure that residents knew very early. We'll probably do the exact same thing tomorrow, since the county has already made an announcement that tomorrow there will also be a curfew that will be starting at 6 p.m. It is difficult. We are trying to do our best to make sure that we do feed everyone, but also making sure that our dining workers who do not live close to campus can still get home safely before curfew goes into play. There was some difficulties a couple nights ago that I will totally agree with. I don't know if anyone was on campus, but I was serving meals. So on Monday and Tuesday, so that we could provide food to students. We will let you know that we are trying to get the word out to our students. We send emails, personal emails out to every individual student who is living with us to make sure that they're aware. On Monday, the curfew completely caught us off guard. So I will let you completely know that it did go out a little late. I agree, there was not enough adequate notice. Yesterday, we did send it out at 9 a.m. As soon as we knew. Oh no, today is yesterday. Sorry, this morning we sent it out at 9 a.m. And then tomorrow morning we'll probably be sending notification as well, since there is a curfew that has been in play. So we are encouraging residents of the Hill to make sure that they're checking the dining website and their email, because again, a lot of these things are out of our hands, because it's a citywide, or actually county-wide curfew at this time. To address, did that answer the dining piece?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, as for people getting hard time getting food delivery service, that actually makes sense, because food delivery services cannot be out delivering once curfew's in play as well. So if they are ordering, I can see why they are being canceled, because no one is technically supposed to be on the roads at that point. So I do hear that things are difficult. I know that Ralph's closes when the curfew goes into place. So does Trader Joe's and Whole Foods. All the grocery stores are required to close by law. So it does create problems. There's no doubt about it, but the problems are a little bit out of the university's hands. We are finding a little bit better of a groove to make sure that we're letting students know to come between that 4 and 6 period to pick up their dinner in order to get dining workers home and abide by the rules and laws. Now, the safety piece of students fearing the police and other law agencies on the Hill, I might need a little bit more information about that.
Okay. So on the the third point for the alternative, for the food safe, for the getting food, would it be like a good idea to basically give residential assistance like um batches of snacks that they could potentially give to the residents of their like halls if needed during evening hours, like something like that could be arranged. I'm not sure if that is like possible. For the fourth point, so basically I would say like the students going like walking in the area of the hill itself uh during curfew for like different reasons, like sometimes going from a hall to another, or like whatever the need for that. Some students are not sure if that like their safety um is guaranteed when they're doing so on campus, like, and specifically on the hill. um so yeah.
Okay. So I want to reiterate, there has been no law enforcement besides UCPD doing their standard rounds. Nothing additional, and nothing. Well, I shouldn't say nothing additional. That is not the truth. They have done increased rounds around the Hill because there are a lot less residents here. So, but that has happened since week 10 of winter quarter. But any additional, because of the curfew, there have been no additional. National Guard was never on campus. UCPD is the only folks that are patrolling, as well as our CSO safety team that is walking around. We still have our RAs that are on duty. Jonathan can speak a little bit to that. But outside of that, there's no additional police forces or law enforcement that is on campus. I would encourage, if anyone does feel uncomfortable, please make sure that you give them my contact information or have them call the front desk. We still have people who can walk people to and from campus. UCPD is willing to do that. We also have our safety officers that are willing to do that. And so I don't want people to feel uncomfortable or unsafe, but I will say it does, for those that have not been on the Hill, it's creepy. There's not a lot of people here. And so it does feel a lot different than when there are people living here. So if anyone is feeling unsafe, please don't hesitate to give them my contact information so that I can help them figure out a plan to help them feel a little bit more safe on the Hill.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yes. Okay. Hello. I think my thoughts are that I think res life and housing in the past week, I will say today with the dining thing was much better today than it has been in the past few days. And I understand how that can be a huge mess and it was not expected, but I think today they did a good job. Besides dining, I think that residential life has really failed every single resident on this Hill in the past week in two major ways. The first major was with the Daily Bruin article that came out on Wednesday about the first confirmed case of COVID-19 on the Hill. And there is still radio silence on that regard from residential life or housing. I frankly, I personally know the things that are put in place to keep students safe, but no one else does. And that's wrong. And students have panic and worry, and all that is created. And I still think that is something that needs to be addressed, and is still something that is glaring, and it shows just a lack of communication and lack of respect for student safety, frankly. And then second, with everything going on now with curfew and all of that, I think, again, the radio silence from res life and housing is deafening. And students here, as Bakur was saying, maybe we now know that there's no National Guard on campus, but how do we expect our residents to just inherently know that? We really need to think about that. Students deserve as much information in this time as we can give them. And res life has extremely failed us on that regard. I have brought this up with my supervisor and have been met with, to be honest, I think very dismissive comments, and was told that someone would reach out to me from higher up, and that never happened either. And that was almost a week ago now. But I think that res life and housing really need to step up and really take the entire safety and well-being of their residents into mind. Let them know what is going on. Let them know what is going on in the Hill in regard to curfew. Let them know what resources are there for them to go through this. We are going through an extremely tumultuous time right now. And I think it would be nice for just a casual reminder that RAs do still exist. I'll be frank, I really still don't know all of my residents, but because I got new residents this quarter, that's something important to say. Because I got new residents this quarter, but I'm still here as a resource in that sense. And I don't know if people know that that's really a thing. And it's, obviously I do, my best to reach out to my residents, but I only have 14 of them at this point. And I think that there's other resources besides me, and there's other things that are going on besides dining that are worthy of an email. And to be honest, I've really been very, very frustrated with res life's lack of communication this past week. And I just really think that it shows an inherent, to be honest, disrespect for student autonomy and for student. How are we supposed to trust res life and housing to keep us safe if they don't let us know what they're doing to keep us safe, and they don't inform us how we are being taken care of on this hill. It's been really frustrating, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan, I'd be happy to, like, I'd love to set up some time to talk to you about all of this and create somewhat of a communication plan on how we can improve. Because again, it's my team, it's my unit. And so if there are areas that we are missing the ball on, or if information is not being conveyed or passed along, that is definitely something that we want to see. So if it's okay with you, I'd love to connect and then maybe next week come back with a overview of what we chatted about. Does that work for you?
I would love that. Thank you.
Great. I will reach out to you first thing tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. John?
I would like to ask about the dining halls being shut down for curfew thing. Has housing considered reducing the cost of the food in the vending machines on the hill, or reimbursing students for the cost of the vending machine food? That stuff isn't nearly as good as proper dining hall food, of course, but it's something once the dining hall is shut down. Would that be feasible?
I'm sorry, you're asking for the reduction of dining costs?
The food in the vending machines on the hill.
Oh, food in the vending machines. Oh, I don't know. That's a great question. It was Zhang who asked that, correct?
Yes.
Let me find out how those prices are set.
I understand that this involves a third-party vendor, so it might be complicated. So perhaps it would be simpler to like reimburse students for their expenses.
Well, let me find out how that all works, and I will get back to you as well.
Okay,
are we talking beverage and food, or just food?
I suppose beverage and food.
Okay, I will look into that for you as well.
Yeah.
I will say, vending is campus wide, not just on the hill. It's one system. Every vending machine you see on the hill, or every machine you see on campus or on UCLA property is the same vendor. So let me look into that.
Thank you. Promise?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna say two things. I guess in conjunction with what Jong is saying, because I know that the vending machines, at least the ones on the hill, but you said they're all on the same system, take Bruin card payment. So I think it would be worth it to like mention when pitching this idea, that it is an option for like deposits to be made to students' Bruin cards who are currently living on the hill, for them to be able to make those purchases in like vending machines if that is something that is done. And my second thing is also just kind of reaffirm Jonathan, and like kind of just emphasize how important it is for Res Life to not just Res Life, but also like the entire like UCLA admin in general to have notified students of National Guard coming to Westwood, and letting us know along in conjunction to what the admin knows, based on like where they're going to be, how long they're going to be there, and where they are not allowed. Um, and I think that information is super important to students, especially since we are seeing a lot of cases of misconduct from like enforcement. So if there is like, it's important for students to be able to be informed and empowered by this information by the administration so that they can report anything if there is misconduct done to them. And I think not giving students this information was an egregious error that really did leave a lot of students in the dark and make them fearful. And at no point was a statement even made as the day went by. No statement is made till this moment. So I think that's something that is super important to reaffirm and like reiterate right now. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Promise. I will let you know. I found out probably the same time you all through social media and TV. So but duly noted that there was for me. I just want you to know that there was no advance notice from like police or the city of Los Angeles that this was happening. So I just want to be transparent in that, but I do hear you about the messaging.
Yeah, and thank you for being transparent about that, because I do know like quite a few folks were not informed and were finding out at the same time as we were when we were seeing videos of National Guard drive into Westwood. But I do know that there were admin who knew about it, so I think it's just like putting it out there. Also because I think students um, oftentimes believe that admin know more than sometimes that they do. And I think it's important when you don't know to say that you don't know, and not just stay silent, if that makes sense. Because I feel like the silence um, does cause a lot of anger and frustration within students and just complete confusion. So even if like we didn't know like ahead of time, like as we're finding out, I think statements are definitely important to be made to reaffirm the student body, and like also kind of just like address these concerns. Um, but I do appreciate your transparency, Josh.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. John, did you still have another question?
No.
Okay. I know Parker had one more question or statement.
Okay, so I think this is a question that like, let's say, related to this, maybe like you don't have the answer for that, so maybe like you could give us an answer like in next week's council meeting. The question is, for some international students who are unable to who are basically like on campus housing right now, um, and are unable to go back to their home countries for different reasons. Um, what accommodation can housing provide for them during at least summer? Because like, yeah.
Yeah. We need them to contact student housing immediately. We know that borders are closed. We know that most international students are not able to get home. And student housing is already planning on housing students that can't go home. So please, 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 if you have any international students who are unable to go home, please make sure that they reach out to student housing ASAP, so that we can start working on that right now. We did do a call out, or I don't know how it was done. I think we worked with the Dashu Center to do a call out to our international students, and an email has already gone out. But if there is any other students who did not get that message, please make sure that they reach out to the housing office.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
I just wanted to jump in really quickly. Is that for students who are also currently within housing and don't have the conditions, the proper conditions to be able to go back home for the summer? Is that only for international students?
Oh no, it's for any of our students who can have to stay. Yeah, absolutely. So if there's any student who is struggling with housing, please reach out to housing, and we can we will be housing. I mean, we can't house massive amounts of people because we're not allowed to quite yet, but we're not anticipating 14,000 people saying that they need housing. So yeah, if anyone is in distress for housing, please reach out to our UCLA housing.
Even if those are like not living on on campus, or is it like limited for people who are living on campus housing, or let's say like university owned housing?
Yeah, if it's university owned housing, still reach out. I mean, that includes the apartments, that includes UA North.
I mean, is this like, does this include like if someone who is not living on a university-owned housing, can they still contact housing about like the summer or not?
If they're a UCLA student and they need any forms of housing, we would ask them. But listen, I do want to be very clear. It's the end of week 10. That means move out is not this Friday, but next Friday. So we do need to make sure that they reach out as soon as possible. If they're reaching out next Friday and saying, can I have housing? It's going to make it very difficult. So I do want to make sure that we are empowering students to reach out as soon as they possibly can.
Awesome. Promise, I know you have your hand up.
Yeah. Is there a cost associated with students who cannot return home that you were talking about? And if there is, like, what is that cost looking like? And what are some resources that are there to help students who may not be able to afford these costs?
Yeah, I don't actually have the cost off the top of my head, so I don't want to guesstimate, but there is a cost to stay over the summer. And student housing is working with individual students based upon their circumstances and the pricing structure. So again, to get the best information, I want the students to individually reach out to UCLA Housing. Did that answer it? I hope that didn't come off dismissive. That sounded
No,
like
no,
dismissive.
no. I completely get that. And I think my last question is like, because I had no clue that this was a thing. Where is this being advertised, or not advertised, but like being like told to students that this is like still an available resource? Because I know that there are students who could truly like benefit from knowing about this, but like I don't think this is like widely known knowledge.
I, we traditionally do an open call for summer, but we're in very weird times. We're still at stay at home, right? Which means that we can't just house everyone and anyone. And so I don't know how we are communicating it, but I know that if there are needs, we are asking you all to have those people reach out to UCLA Housing.
Okay. And it's just like the housing email that they should reach out to.
Yeah, let me pull it up and I can put it in the chat for you. Yeah, it's UCLA Housing at housing.ucla.edu. Oops. Yeah, let me drop this in for y'all.
Thank you so much, Josh.
No problem.
Awesome. Does anybody have any other questions? I don't see any. Cool. So we'll just move on to the next thing.
It's 1 o'clock.
Oh. I think we already kind of covered the finals topic. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say. Reese, do you want to just quickly discuss what you've been doing and how you've been organizing around finals too?
Or are you talking to me, Naomi? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I just wanted, I was asking if you had any, you wanted to quickly talk about what you've been doing around finals.
Yeah, it's been a lot, honestly. But I did tell a lot of students to like reach out to me, and I'm currently in the process of letting them know, like what the process looks like and how, like based on our meeting yesterday and connecting to like Dean Blandisi if anything's necessary. I know that there's like a couple professors that have been circulating, and those are being currently handled by Dean Blandisi based on the language that they used. Other ones, of course, I have to like reach out to them and ensure that they know that it's kind of out of our hands, and it's up to academic senate, and based on like what comes out on the coming days, then like their professors could make modifications, but ultimately that there's not much on our end that can get done. I think it's just been a lot of transparency with a lot of students. I got over 60 emails, so I've been trying to handle them right now. I've gotten them since like 8 p.m. So we're just in the works right now. We're going through it. But that's it on my end.
Yeah. Bacher or whoever else worked on, I know y'all were working on like a document. Do y'all want to like briefly discuss that too? Bacher.
Again, I didn't. Did you call me because I didn't hear what you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying, I know that you all had like were working on some kind of document. I don't really quite remember. Do you want to talk briefly about that too?
Okay, so we had a call this like today. So Justin was also there. We agreed on certain things. Part of it is like uh contacting deans and like I think so the main thing is to basically support what students are currently doing and like try boosting what they're doing and like basically like support them. um and so we one of the things that like we were talking about is if we can send a letter to individual deans like with USAC seal and everything. We potentially like agreed to um we potentially wanted to ask Dr. Giller if that is okay, but like she's gone, so maybe we could email her. Other than that, I think Justin have it more summarized. Like I'm just remembering things off the top of my head, but I think Justin wrote them down. So
Yeah, I
if
got you. Yeah. Yeah, so we had the call. We basically talked about, like Booker said, signal boosting, like other folks, kind of amplifying the advocacy that students have already taken it upon themselves to do. I know a lot of students are sending, well, there's the petition going around organized by ASU. There is a forum going around organized by a student I know of, in terms of what Becker was saying about, fuck, lost my train of thought. About good professors and bad professors around this time. And lastly, a lot of people have taken it upon themselves, and I've noticed like students in a lot of classes, all of my classes, I wasn't actually the first person to act in any of them. Like students were already like organizing and trying to organize emails against, urging professors to be accommodating for especially Black students that may be in each class. In like real time, we've been like, I know people have been contacting me, like students specifically. I tried, I know like I think a few of us are more like tuned into like the specific like specifically you, Naomi, and Breeze in the more like um fuck institutional like side of it. And like talking to like academic senate, and I think the role of the rest of us who have capacity, I have capacity, in the next few days, kind of I reached out and or made myself as readily available as I know how to do, like reaching out on my social media platforms, like to just like what like please feel free to contact me if like you hear about anything. So there's that, and I think that's something all council members could do. Like I said, I have this well summarized, and I'm definitely failing that. Okay, last thing I think the four of us who were on that call, no, five of us, Sachi, Zuleika, Breeze, and Bakr, and myself, we're talking about writing a statement on behalf of USAC and like what that would do, and how that could amplify or be used in addition to what the academic senate chose. And either writing a statement or an email, and whether we would be within our basically within our powers and within our abilities as USAC to write an email that could be distributed to the deans. Um, if we can't write an email, which would be the ideal, and distribute it to all the deans, department chairs, we would write a statement. So that was the main thing, and that was the main action item that we could do as an entire USAC. The rest are kind of just like I said, signal boosting and stuff like that.
If I can, I would love to jump in just because we organized a lot of these efforts last quarter and I've learned a lot about like the structure and how it works. I do recommend at this point the, the one of the best as of right now, it's up to professors on whether or not they want to allow flexibility and to accommodate their students. I don't think it would be productive to write a letter to at least the academic senate. It might be productive to mess or email the deans, but the way that I've really learned this structure is faculty are going to listen to deans, but they are within their rights to teach their class how they want. So it's kind of just like when your mom tells you to like pick up your like dirty clothes or like fold your clothes. That's kind of how they like view the dean in a way. And what we want to do is I know that's such a bad way to like put it, but okay,
funny.
but right. I do think that, and this is what I was kind of trying to pitch to y'all in the group meet. I wanted to ask whether or not y'all wanted to either write a statement that students can attach themselves to the emails that they're sending, or send an email that could be forwarded, that we could ask to be forwarded to their faculty within the departments. And Breeze, I see your hand. I would love to hear your opinion on this too.
Yeah. So currently like that's what my office is trying to do, right? We don't want to also impede, but like I don't know if you saw right now what's been like that one message that like you kind of just swiped up and like I forgot for what it was. I've been signing so many petitions, but there was one circulating today for like the petition. So I'm thinking, what if we all, because Maxine, like, and one of her friends drafted something up, right, from like our AAC office, and she's on the phone with me. She's making a face. But I'm thinking, what if we all shared that and we all our offices circulated that, and we told like everyone in our commissions or like our cabinets to like circulate it. You know, that might be something easy where you kind of just can like swipe up and send, and like that's that.
Are you talking about like an email that can be sent?
Yeah, like, is that what you're trying to say that we should do?
What I was suggesting was that so what we did last quarter was one of the letters that we sent them to all the department chairs. And I believe it was IVP that had the list of all the department chairs. And we were able to send it that way. And then we can ask them to forward it to their faculty because they should have direct access to their faculty if we want this message to go to the faculty. The reason why I was thinking we go that way is because I was thinking it might look a little bit more like unified and like professional than just if students were attaching a statement and being like, well, these people said that, because professors are going to be like, well, who are they? Like,
Yeah.
so that was my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. Breeze, you were saying something. Sorry.
No, yeah, I think it that does make sense because also like I mean, yeah, we're just students, but you know, like if it's like a unified USAC statement, that might come off as more legitimate, I guess you can say, right? Than like a bunch of students just you getting like the same message over and over again, and you're just gonna be like, fuck, like now you just filled in my inbox. Like if anything, I get mad. So I guess yeah, that makes more sense.
I don't know, Justin and Barker, since y'all are like leading this, and Breeze, I don't know if y'all want to like if we want to get on a call tomorrow and like write something. We definitely have drafts of what we've used in the past. Um, Breeze and I just worked on a statement as well, so we can all get on. I don't think we should do this tonight. I mean, I don't know. It's up to you guys. I don't care.
No, bro, I'm tired. Like I'm ready to go to bed.
I know. I feel like a lot of us are like emotionally drained too, and what we can do is recharge. Um, I know Academic Senate is sending out their communications tomorrow as well. What do other council members think? Aiden, you're looking sleepy.
Yeah, that's a picture tells 1,000 words.
Walker,
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm down to hop on a call tomorrow. You know, depending on the time. I'll do my best. But yeah, like I said, like you said, I think it would be best probably to come out with a unified statement as much as possible. Because and people have pointed out to me, like, although like I really um love like people creating the templates and stuff like that. I don't know, because this is something I don't know I was considering, and I would want to know how we would use our statement, strategically, and to put pressure that's not already being put on deans, because while email templates are like really good, I love the people who folks I know who have put in work and labor into creating those, but it does probably mean a little bit more for like, or some professors will not be like accommodating to that, even if they get like 1,000 emails, not 1,000, like 100 or something. Our classes aren't that big. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Those are my 1 a.m. thoughts. So like I think we gotta like think a little bit more strategically. Probably like you said, using the next day to think like how exactly should our statement best be used to strategically put pressure on the deans, on the department chairs.
Right. Which is one of the reasons why I suggested that it might be best to go through like to go through the deans and department chairs and ask them to disperse it, rather than it coming from us. Because then it's like we funnel this through, or we're funneling your statement to them, rather than just the email chains that we've been seeing. So that's just an idea, and we can think about it a little bit more tomorrow when we're all uh like good and like alive and being straight. I'm sorry. Josh has also said he's going to bed. Good night, Josh. Good night. One of the last things I wanted to say was I saw there's another professor that's circulating. And there's been like some really disgusting screenshots that have been
Dean
taken.
Banduli's dealing with it right now.
Ooh,
She's meeting with
period.
yeah, like that's what finally caught down to that student, and then like I put them in contact, so they're going to have a meeting tomorrow morning.
Right.
I'm really excited about that. Yeah, there's 2 messages and they were from the same professor. One of them was that weird one, and then the other one was kind of predatory, where he was kind of like, "Oh, you know, we'll see what can get done for your grade. Like, I'd love to meet you in person sometime soon." And I was just like, "Who is this guy?
Oh,
Let's go arrest him."
Because I saw the one where the professor was saying like he said something about like, oh, like you're gonna think like the white person is racist when they're talking like if they're like from Minnesota and they're devastated too.
That's the MLK one, right?
That's
Yeah, where he quoted MLK at the end of the email.
Oh yeah, she has it. She's on it, bro. The other people, we're not even gonna say their names. They were like, "Oh, nothing can get done." But then Naomi was like, "You should email her," and she was all like, "Oh, thank you for drawing this to me. I'm on it." I was just like, "She's a queen, bro. I like her already."
Yeah, we love Dean Blandisi, definitely. Great. I'm so glad that we're having this conversation. And then lastly, too, I know the chairs and I are releasing an op-ed tomorrow. The ASU chairs and I are releasing an op-ed tomorrow in the Daily Run. I don't know like what kind of faculty reads that, but like we're just trying to apply as much pressure as we can in different ways. So
you love to see it.
Yes, we love to see it. And we're reaching out to the op-ed peoples to see if like it's possible to get more Black leaders on it. I know sometimes they like, I don't know, we have DB on here, so maybe they can like talk about. No, I'll just text. I'm very tired. I can't even speak anymore. Yeah. So that's all I have to say about this. Does anybody else have anything? Oh my God, yay. So I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 1:17 p.m.
The recording has